Looks like somebody's a little cranky this morning.
Really?
Mr. Chairman, we are live.
All right. Well then, good morning, and everybody, glad to see you. Welcome to our minerals meeting. Purpose of this meeting is to deal with 3 COVID bills that were assigned to us. We worked the first two kind of informally. We've been through those drafts. That's the short-term compensation and the large business relief bill. And then we had requested a bill draft at our last meeting for the severance tax exemption for crude oil. My hope is that we're able to move through these this morning and be done in time for lunch. I've got an employee that we have a lunch set up for. I'd like to be able to attend, but the business of the state will come first. Why don't we go ahead and let's go ahead and take our roll call, and then I'll walk through our decorum rules.
Senator Brightman.
Here.
Senator Coe.
Here.
Senator Rothfuss.
Here.
Senator Watsberger.
Here.
Representative Burkhart.
Here.
Representative Crank.
Here.
Representative Duncan.
Here.
Representative Ayer.
Here.
Representative Furphy.
Here.
Representative Henderson.
Here.
Representative McGuire.
Present.
Co-Chairman Anderson.
Here.
Co-Chairman Greer.
Here. Quorum present. Okay. Just a couple things. We'll notice on our decorum, again, we want to try to work things through the chair. This committee does a wonderful job of working bills and following decorum. I think most people that testify in front of us understand that. We're still in this virtual meeting world, which is convenient for a half-day meeting, quite frankly, but we've got people lined up to testify, and hopefully that goes smoothly so we get the right or the public that wants to comment will have the opportunity to do so. Interesting times. These bills that we have are bills that do have a tie back to the COVID-19 pandemic. I and Senator Rothfuss is both of us are on management council. We do not have any knowledge if we're going to have another special session or when that might be. Nonetheless, Senator Anderson and I felt it would be good to go ahead and get these bills worked and done so that when we go to our meeting in late August, we're able to get back to our regular slate of business that we had agreed to coming out of the session. One thing I just want to take just a moment, absent from the House side here is Representative Laux, and Representative Laux and I and Representative Burkhart came, well, and Senator Rothfuss as well. We all came in to the legislature at the same time 10 years ago. And, I hate to see Bunky not be able to finish out, but in visiting with him, quite frankly, he was hit by this COVID pandemic. His business was down so much that he had to lay off several employees and needed to dedicate himself full time to his business. And I completely understand that. We're a citizen legislature, and it's important that we take care of our families and our business, and then devote everything that's left over to the state of Wyoming. And always appreciated Representative Laux's view as a small business owner. And anyway, he's going to be missed by me. So we don't have a replacement for him yet, but we'll be able to soldier on. So with that in mind, what I'd like to do is go ahead and start with our first bill, which is a short-term compensation bill, which we walked through in detail at the last meeting. We had several comments, and then we had our comments from the committee or suggestions, and then we had assigned that to a working group, of which Representative Conley joined us. I think that was a crossover from Labor Health, and I think it was a good approach to getting this bill worked in a position to do some good for the state. So I think with that, we've got that bill draft in front of us. So it's 21 LSO 0057 version 0.4. Brian Fuller, Mr. Fuller, could you just walk us through sort of the changes from the last time and a little bit of the highlights? And then Representative Conley, I might have you comment on behalf of the working group regarding the work that you did with the Department of Labor and making sure that this bill is going to work well for the state. So we'll start with Brian.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, Brian Fuller, Legislative Service Office. Just by way of a kind of a quick refresher as an overview of this bill would establish a short time compensation program in Wyoming to where in lieu of layoffs, an eligible employer would be able to reduce an employee's hours, and then that employee would be able to collect a percentage based on the lost hours as unemployment compensation. Mr. Chairman, unless there's different direction, I will just highlight the changes that have been made in this draft, point 4. The first change.
Committee, is that good with the committee? A thumbs up, or do we want to? I'm seeing a lot of shaking heads and thumbs up. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Mr. Fuller. That's perfect.
So Mr. Chairman, the first change is on page 4, line 14. This is a new sentence in 273-802A that restricts approval for an employer to participate in the short time compensation program to those employers who are current on all assessments and obligations to the Department of Workforce Services. The next change is on page 9, line 1. And this is a new paragraph that as part of the employer's application to be certified as an eligible employer to participate in the program, the employer must certify as part of that application that it has obtained the approval of any applicable local collective bargaining unit representative, and the employer has notified all affected employees who are not part of a collective bargaining unit of the proposed short time compensation plan. Mr. Chairman, this language is based on model language that was included in the Federal Department of Labor's guidance for the establishment of a short time compensation program. The only difference is the inclusion of the word local. That specific word is not provided in the model guidance, but is included here. The next change, Mr. Chairman, page 15, line 10. This is language regarding participating in training to satisfy eligibility requirements for an employee to receive benefits under the short time compensation program. This has been amended to include a specific reference to being able to be eligible if the training is funded under the Federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. This was included at the request of the Department of Workforce Services, who has been working with the Department of Labor to kind of make sure everything is on the up and up with the bill in terms of getting federal approval for the program. And then, Mr. Chairman, the next page, page 16, line 9, is a new subsection D. This language is based on a staff comment that was in a version of the bill that the committee considered at its June meeting. And this just provides that an eligible employee cannot be denied short time compensation benefits because of any other provision of Wyoming's unemployment statutes that deal with the availability of work, actively searching for work, or any refusal to apply for or accept work with an employer other than the employee's current participating employer. And this language was based on language that's included in Texas's short time compensation statutes.
And Mr. Fuller, I think I like that provision because that means the employees I'm trying to retain don't have to go look somewhere else. They'll be available when it's time to go back to work. Is that the overall intent?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's the intent of that language. And then, Mr. Chairman, just to highlight a couple of additional staff comments at the bottom of page 18, is just a note regarding the inclusion of language regarding multiple employers. So if an employee has multiple employers and how that employee would receive benefits under this program. That was just a note stating that, some states have included this model language, some have not. That's just a matter for the committee to consider. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, on page 23 is just a staff comment regarding the funding for enacting the program that's available under the CARES Act. And then the Department of Workforce Services had noted the need for an at-will employment contract position to administer the program for a period of approximately 2 years. That authorization for the position, as well as any sort of funding for the position, is not currently included in the bill draft.
So Mr. Fuller, on that point, I have a couple of technical questions here. That funding, is that going to be a federally funded position, or is that a general fund position?
Mr. Chairman, it's unclear whether, I think ultimately it's a decision for the committee where the source of funds comes from. It's unclear whether CARES Act funds, for example, the relief funds, the $1.25 billion that the state received, could be used for this purpose. It's just not clear. There is a separate provision in the CARES Act that would grant funds, that's the $177,000, available for the state to enact the program. It's not exactly clear from that they would be available for that position, or if they would be sufficient for that position.
Okay, Representative Conley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I've looked to see if Director Cooley is on, and I'm not seeing her name. If somebody else from DWS is on as well.
In the waiting room, and maybe we'll just bring her in.
Okay, because it's my understanding as of yesterday, the Department of Labor said that we could use the $177K for the startup and for the hiring of what would have been an AWEC position. So that was very good news as far as I was concerned from the Department of Labor.
Okay, we'll ask that. Director Cooley's getting lined up here, I see. And then the other question I had, Brian, and this may be for Representative Conley or Director Cooley, is if for some reason we don't go into a special session and this is not enacted before December 30th, 2020, and so we do this in the next general session, is the same funding available? How does that affect the funding?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Robin Cooley here, Director of Department of Workforce Services. It's my understanding that if it's enacted now, there is funding to pay all unemployment insurance payments paid out of it through the end of December. After that, the funding goes away. So if it's enacted after this in a regular session, that funding would not be available. It's also my understanding, and please, Ms. Simone, if I'm incorrect, please correct me on that point, but it's also my understanding that that $177,000 that is available right now for us to stand the program up, it would not be available after that time frame either.
Okay, thank you. All right, so why don't we do this? Representative Conley, if you want to give us just a quick flyover on this, and then we'll go to some questions, see what questions the committee has.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Mr. Fuller did a good job with kind of overviewing what the purpose of the bill is and then how it would operate. The subcommittee of Representative Furphy, Representative Duncan, and myself have I've worked with the Department of Workforce Services as well as LSO staff to look at the program language from the Department of Labor to think about what would be best for the state of Wyoming in relationship to that program language, which has been out for easily 5 years. I think 27 states have short-term compensation programs in their statutes. But to think about Wyoming and how we do unemployment, because every state is a bit different. And how do we maximize the benefit for our employers and employees? And so with that, we chose a couple of states, Texas being one, Nebraska being another, where we felt like they were comparable programs. And we took a good look at their statutes in order to think about them in relationship to ours. And we kind of went along the line of, I think, a couple of ideas. One is we want maximum participation. We don't want the statutes to limit the ability of employers to be able to utilize the program. And I'll be honest with you, when you talked about Representative Laux at the beginning, it occurred to me, wow, I wonder if we had this in our statutes, if something could have been different for him and his business. Because again, what this allows for is an employer to certify a unit to the Department of Workforce Services. And instead of laying off a couple of people, a handful of people, everyone's hours get reduced just a little bit and unemployment kicks in. But there's no obligation for a short period of time for that employee to look for another job or to take another job, so that the employee can remain attached to the employer and the employer can bring him or her back whenever is needed. And so we wanted to make it as broad as possible for our employers in order to contemplate what will happen over the next year. Those were the decisions that we made. Any place in here, I mean, if you remember from the last bill, there were a couple of decision places. We always decided to go with what was broadest for our employers in order to make the system work. So that's the biggie. The other element is one phone call I had with the department, as well as the director of the what do you call him, Robin? The chairman of the Unemployment Trust Fund. Is it a director? Is it, I forget what his title is.
I believe you're talking about the deputy program administrator.
Okay, that the desire from them was to put specificity into the statutes. Because this is new, we had a couple of places whether we should keep specificity or take it out. So for example, there's a couple of pages in here about what happens when someone has multiple employers and the ability to participate in a short-term compensation program. We decided to keep that in, even though we probably could have taken it out. So we wanted it as brief as possible, but with the specificity in order to stand it up immediately and have employers as well as employees recognize and understand how the program would work. So, Mr. Chairman, I think that's a next level overview. If anybody else from the subcommittee has comments.
Other subcommittee members? So yeah, go ahead, Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to reiterate one of the phrases that was used throughout our subcommittee was retaining human capital. And so that's a really important part about this bill, is that you've spent so much time and energy with these and expense with these employees and the ability to be able to retain those. And it actually will save, from what we understand, it'll actually save money in the long run for both all parties involved. So it's pretty, especially now, we're starting to see a lot more of the impact versus the original businesses being closed and that immediate problem. Now we're starting to see some real suffering with some of our employees and our businesses as we move forward. So this is really important, and thank you for including me on this.
Okay, any other subcommittee members? Okay, you know, and I think for the subcommittee and for our full committee is to just remember, this is at the election of the employer. So the employer gets to decide if this is what works good for them. And as I'm reading the paper this morning and I see is it the Navajo Energy Transition Company is putting people back to work in Spring Creek mine, which is north of Senator Beitman. It's technically a Montana mine, and what's still 53 people are laid off in Antelope Butte. is maybe that would have been an alternative until electrical demand started to peak again. So a good tool here. Okay, so any questions of Representative Conley? And if there are none, I think Director Cooley will just get your general thoughts on this. And
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the committee. You know, when we were first looking at this, and to Representative Duncan's point on potential cost savings, I did reach out to the Department of Labor and ask for some data from them on cost savings. Could they give me some breakdowns from the employer side of those savings? They couldn't give me any hard data, so I don't have anything on that point to share with you. But what they did share with me is what you're going to have is you're going to have fewer claims being filed due to fewer layoffs, total layoffs, which will translate into less hits against the employer's experience rating. Now recognize that there still will be a payout from the employer, so there may be some impact to that tax, you know, the experience rating and the ultimate tax, but I think it's going to be lesser. But if you also, you know, as business people, you recognize that the cost of hiring individuals and training them is tremendous. And what this will do is keep those individuals job attached to you, develop their loyalty because you're willing to do that for them. And then they'll come back and you've now got a trained up workforce. You don't have to go through that process, that time, that effort to rehire. So although I couldn't give you hard data on that, I think that intuitively it's going to save money for employers. But I also wanted to look and ask DOL for some numbers. As Representative Connolly indicated, there's a number of states out there that have this program. And I wanted to compare how that program had been utilized prior to COVID and how it's being utilized now. The numbers are pretty astounding. Just to give you an idea of states that are in our particular DOL region. For instance, the total claims, in fact, nationwide, for the week ending July 4th, there were 439,362 weekly STC claims. The same week in the prior year was only 8,309. So that's a pretty remarkable increase. Other states are using this and are using it very successfully. For instance, Texas took 12,260 initial STC claims in May of this year, compared to only 198 in May of last year. In Colorado, they took 3,477 initial STC claims this May versus only 6 of them last year. So if that tells you anything about what other states think about this program that already have it in place and how they're utilizing it and from all accounts are utilizing it very successfully. I just wanted to give you those numbers and let you know that it looks like it's a program that can definitely work for Wyoming. One thing to be aware of is when we do implement it, if it's implemented before December 31st, of course, and we accept the federal funds, we do have to have the program in place for at least 5 years. If we don't have it in place for 5 years, then we will be subject to returning some of those administrative funds that were paid out to help us stand the program up. But it seems to me like when we look at what's going on in Wyoming, over the next 5 years, this might be a very successful program to help a lot of businesses in Wyoming out with some very difficult times. And that's all I have. I've got my administrator over unemployment here as well, and would see if you don't mind, Mr. Co-Chair, see if she would have additional points to make on that.
Go ahead. It's Holly, right? Introduce yourself to us, please.
Hi, Holly McCamey Simoni. I am the Workforce Program Administrator. So I oversee the Workforce Centers, Vocational Rehabilitation, and Unemployment Insurance. And thank you, Director Cooley and Co-Chairman Greer. I guess I just wanted to add that, as you know, we've seen monumental increase in our workload in UI, and really do believe that the STC program would be a great addition to the programs that we're utilizing right now. Hugely beneficial to our business owners and employers in Wyoming. We do have, as far as employees that could work on this program, we have one position right now that we're looking at kind of reworking so that they could focus on this STC program. It's a bit of a manual process. So an employer has to submit a written plan to the UI division, and they need to make sure that it complies with all the DOL federal regulations. And there are some parameters on that. And that's a manual process to go through that, make any corrections, work with the employer, and then approve that. So we do think we could work that position, rework it, and have them focus on the STC program, but also feel that we would need that additional AWAC position to help with the influx. If we look at the numbers that Director Cooley mentioned, we're expecting that a lot of employers will take or will participate in this program, and we would need that additional AWAC to help with that. And just because it's a labor intensive kind of a manual process. Now, maybe down the road, we could look at that again, and maybe we wouldn't need that, or maybe we would need additional staff. We're unsure because Wyoming has never participated in this program before, but just kind of wanted to give you an idea of the workload and staff time and the manual process on those plans. So other than that, I don't have anything else unless you have questions for me.
I'm sure we'll have some. Committee, I've got some questions. I want to kind of drill down on the position and the timing things, but I'll let the committee ask any questions that they may have. Representative Burkhart, Jen Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Questions for staff, and more clarification than anything for my understanding. Brian, if you have a minute, under the section, I'm on page 3, Romanet, that usual weekly hours of work, and then we talk about not to exceed 40 hours. Is that clear that it's 40 hours per week per employee? Does that make that issue clear, the way that's written?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burkhart, that definition, I believe, is straight from the guidance. And basically, the way I understand this definition is, if an employee usually works 20 hours a week, that would be their usual weekly hours of work. If it is a full-time employee, that would be 40 hours of work. The not to exceed just makes clear that if a person's usual weekly hours of work is, for example, 60 hours, they would only be able to use 40 as that sum for purposes of calculating the short time compensation benefits.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Sure.
So Brian, that leads me to a question I had throughout the document, and I just want to be clear. We talk a lot about the week and mention that term week throughout the document. Do we make it clear that that's the work week? Because employers establish their own work week. I mean, I had one time that we established it was, it started at 4 p.m. on Wednesday and was a work week that went to 3:59 the following Wednesday. I just want to make sure we're talking about work week and not a calendar week. Does the bill make that clear?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burkhart, I believe that's the reference on page 3, line 20 to the unit's regular basis.
Okay.
So I would take that to mean, for example, if an employer calculates a work week from Wednesday to, the following Wednesday, that would be the regular basis, so long as it doesn't exceed the 40 hours, if it's a full-time employee.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. I had Representative Henderson and then Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 2 questions, and the second one depends on the answer to the first. And I'm not sure who to direct this to, but I sure appreciate all your work on this. I appreciate the subcommittee. I've looked closely at the Texas plan. I really think it's a good model. As you say, there's 27 states. So my first question is, looking at the 5-year commitment, do you have, and we don't have a fiscal note, but do you have a rough idea about what that'll cost us, worst case, or net, as average, or something like that? It's kind of a ballpark figure, so we know what we're getting ourselves into and cost-wise.
So does the department want to handle that? Can the department answer that?
Co-Chair Greer, Representative Henderson, we don't have a rough figure on that because we just have no way of knowing how many businesses would be interested in
Sure.
this.
Yeah,
It would certainly be our hope that the pull against the unemployment trust fund would be less, because you would have people that would be pulling for less hours instead of being fully laid off. So the hope would be that it would be a lesser stressor on that UI trust fund, but we don't have definitive numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow up.
Yes, you bet.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, that seems to me there are knowns. We know it's going to have a labor cost, but that's going to be more than offset by the positive economic impact of keeping people working. So I'm not worried about that. My follow-up question is, and I know you've been there a short time, Director, but given the number of states that already moved forward on this, why hasn't Wyoming already got something like this in place? It just makes so much sense, given the optional aspect of it and so forth. Wouldn't you agree?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson, I completely agree. And I've asked the question. I've tried to research it. We don't have the institutional knowledge around here to really figure that out. I don't know. It makes a lot of sense to me. I feel the same way that you do, and I just don't have an answer to that question. I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you.
I got Senator Rothfuss, and then I'll get you Chairman Anderson next. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cooley, I'm just curious about the timeline when we look at the use of the CARES funds, this $177,000. It's my assumption that if these are funds that were appropriated, sourced from the CARES Act, that they would be subject to the December 30th deadline, and we'd have to expend the entirety of those funds by December 30th. Is that accurate, or is there some other way that we can utilize this, particularly for that AWAC position, in such a way that we can roll it into the next year?
Director?
Mr. Co-Chair, Senator Rothfuss, I believe that there is a cutoff date of the 31st, but I will have to double check and get back to you on that. I'll be quite frank with you, $177,000 in order to get this program set up. We're going to use that fully by the end of December with programming and all other costs. So that really hasn't been a concern of mine. I think that will be fully expended.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Chairman Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I was reading that 177K as being the amount we would put into this program, but as I read on down, I see it's mostly for administration. So we really don't have a number for what this will cost. I kind of wonder about that. And it's a 5-year program, not just 1 or 2 years. So it could go on. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Crank.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cooley, on the pages 19 and 20, where we talk about the calculations for employees that have multiple employers, and does that seem burdensome for you folks to keep track of what was reduced in one spot and how much you got to pay out? Is there a means to kind of get tripped up there with those kind of folks?
Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Co-Chair, Representative Crank, yes, and that I believe was what Ms. Simone was referring to with this appears to us to be a pretty manually intensive program. So is there a potential for that to hold us up with some getting money out to individuals, that's certainly a possibility. And I think in that, I tend to think that maybe those will be, those people with several jobs, that they will be minimal in number. And so I'm hopeful that we can get somebody on those quick and get it out there. I have to tell you, I'm also hopeful that if we have enough employers that are active in this, we will not only have 2 individuals that we've got on this full time, at least to get it up and standing and moving forward, but we may be able to take some of our existing staff and redeploy them to help out with this, at least to get it started and get it moving through the process. So I don't want to be Pollyanna and tell you that no, everything's going to be great. There are going to be some hiccups, and that might be one of them in that particular area.
Yep. Committee, Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Kind of getting at the 5-year concept, I can't imagine any other states withdrawn from this. I mean, this seems like it's an exceptional deal with a tremendous potential for savings for the state. So, Director Cooley, do you know, have any other states had bad experiences with this? Or my expectation is basically all positive and net savings for the state. But I assume that we've looked at other states and have a sense of their experience with it, having had more of a track record with it.
Director?
Co-Chairman Greer, Senator Rothfuss, I believe I found one state that had withdrawn from it, and I don't have a sense of, I didn't get drilled down far enough to figure out why. The remainder of the states were in this program before COVID started, and as I indicated, have ramped up and are going full guns with this program, and there is no indication of anyone dropping out.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Chairman Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to expand on Senator Rothfuss' statement that this is going to save the state money. Can you expand on that, how this saves money?
Director?
Mr. Co-Chair Anderson, like I say, I asked DOL to give us some data on savings. Could they show us what these other 27 states, the data that they had provided on savings? They weren't able to give that to me because I think it's more intangible savings potentially. You have individuals that don't, as I said, you don't have the cost to rehire, you don't have the cost to retrain. And we all know that those are significant costs to businesses. But I also think there's a cost savings when you have individuals that are only, instead of being laid off entirely, and they're getting a full pullout of their unemployment benefits, they're only getting a pro rata share for the amount of time that their hours have been reduced. So I think there's got to be a savings in there to that UI trust fund with lesser money being pulled out of that. And I also think that even though these costs will affect the employer's tax rate at some point, I think the effect has the potential to be lesser because of the less amounts being pulled out of the fund.
Okay. I've got go ahead. Representative Burkhart, then Representative Ayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cooley, the bill would become effective immediately. Will that cause any problems for your department to start administering it immediately? Literally, if someone gives you an application the day after it becomes effective?
Mr. Co-Chair, Representative Burkhart, we have an individual that is working on this now in the hopes, or because it does appear like it may go forward. I do believe that we're going to have rules, potentially emergency rules in place. Will it be ready, being effective immediately? I think that that's very unlikely. I think it will take us some time to get this program running. And in fact, we've got to have programmers program this into our computer system. We, as I think I've said this before, we share a lot of coding with the state of Missouri. Missouri does have the program. We're hoping that we can take some of their programming and use it, get this up and running quickly, but it won't be available to individuals immediately, even though the legislation will be there. Unfortunately, I don't see any way that we would be able to do that.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Sure.
So Director Cooley, about how long do you think it would take to get the program up and running enough that employers could start making application?
And Mr. Co-Chair, Representative Burkhart, I did speak with Ms. Simone before the meeting. Holly, could you speak to that? I think we're talking 4 to 6 weeks on the outside, but I don't recall if that's what you said.
Ms. Simone, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman Greer and Representative Burkhart, thank you, Director Cooley. I have spoken with our UI IT programmers and our vendor that we utilize. And if we're able to get the code from Missouri, we're looking at 4 to 6 weeks. If we're not able to get it from Missouri, it could be 6 to 8 weeks. But they've been pretty good about sharing their code. So we're hoping that we could get that over into our system, download that, get the programming done, and then any alterations we need to make specifically for Wyoming, we could get that done pretty quickly. So,
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Go ahead, Representative Burkhart.
Thank you. Holly, so, talking maybe 8 weeks out, that puts us into September, which is coming close to the end of the year. Would there be any way to accelerate that to say 4 weeks at the outside?
I think definitely if we can get that code from Missouri, we're looking at, the 4 week time frame, at least 4 to 6, but no longer than the 6 weeks. And then if we have that staff person that is already trained in what to look for in those written plans and do that manual process, I think the 4 to 6 is doable.
Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this question, I don't know if it's for LSO staff or for the director. I have a question on page 6 on line 14 and 15 where we talk about the percentages. I'd just like to have that explanation of how those are derived. Or are they part of the Department of Labor guidelines, or what's the rationale for those percentages of 10 and 60, between 10 and 60?
Well, why don't we let Mr. Fuller tackle that if he can?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, those numbers are directly from the Department of Labor's guidance, the 10 to 60% range.
Okay.
Do you,
Committee, Representative Bear?
just quick follow up. Do you know any rationale for why those are where they are?
Anybody?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's not, I looked into this. I was just pulling up the note I had typed. It's not immediately clear how, where the 60% came from, other than in the guidance letter from the Department of Labor, they reference previous federal and state programs that operated before the Department of Labor's guidance was completed. That's the best I can do in terms of the source of that 60%.
Thank you.
Representative Crank.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know if this is to Brian or to whom, but on page 21, we have the 27.3809, where we're talking about charging short-time compensation benefits. And at the end of that, it goes on, the department may relieve an employer of charges or not require reimbursement of short-time benefits if the benefits are subject to 100% reimbursement by the federal government. What are we talking about there? Who are we talking about that might cover? I'm not sure. I don't follow what's going on there.
I think that has to do with COVID dollars, but go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, subject to correction from the director if I'm off base here. I believe that sentence is in specific reference to any COVID reimbursement that's received under the CARES Act until December 30th. That if if those funds are reimbursed, then there would be no charge against an employer's experience rating.
Director Cooley.
Co-Chairman Greer, Representative Crank, in response to that, this is outside the CARES Act, $1.25 billion. But what they've done to incentivize this program for states that don't have existing programs is they have made it clear that if a state does not already have a statutory program, but they enact it to implement the program, they are eligible for reimbursement of STC payments made with respect to weeks of unemployment beginning on and after the effective date of the enactment through weeks of unemployment ending on or before December 31st. So I think that's I think that relates specifically to that. So there will be no impact to employers through the end of December.
Okay, does that answer your question, Representative?
Thank you, yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I've got, if there's no more questions, I've got just a couple because I need to figure out how we hand this off to appropriations with respect to this AWAC and the funding. And so I guess, we've heard, first of all, the timing on this is it's got to be enacted, then rulemaking, and you can do your programming while rulemaking is going on. So, September, I don't think it's realistic. So, I mean, because we have to have this a special session. So this is going to drag on till later in this year. With respect to the 177, I don't think that's authorized up above already at the top of of page 23. So bottom page 22 on the 23. The authorization for the AWAC position, kind of my thoughts is just to give that through this budget cycle, and then you'd have to go back to appropriations and prove up your need for it. And so that's kind of, what are your thoughts on that, Director? I'm just trying to think of how our process will work.
Co-Chairman Greer, members of the committee, that may be very appropriate. And, depending on the number of businesses that we have signing up for this, I would certainly hope that if it was only for that short time frame and we needed to go in front of appropriations for additional funds for that AWAC, we would have the data behind us and the proof behind us to show the benefit of that position and the benefit of the program, and that would be something that we could certainly look at and would be happy to do.
Okay. I was just trying to think of how just thinking of how it moves forward in a way that makes sense with the right checks and balances and accountability for it.
Sure.
All right. Committee, any further questions for these folks? Yeah, Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think maybe this is for Brian and possibly the director. My question regarding the $600, I think it's called pandemic unemployment compensation, that extra $600 that's been going out. Is there anything in the bill that safeguards against people making out better than they would be otherwise with this extra $600? Is there anything in that this bill takes into consideration regarding that to prevent people from possibly ending up making more money than what they would have otherwise and being a disincentive to work?
Mr. Chairman, I can start. I can try to start on that. Senator Beitman, the first, that absent further congressional action, that benefit expires Friday. I know there are various proposals in the Congress right now to extend that or extend a portion of that. How that cookie crumbles is unclear. As it pertains to this program, and this is the part where I'm not familiar, I believe that is for a person who has basically been laid off or is rendered unemployed. Here, a person would have a reduction in hours, and then a percentage, whatever percentage of hours is lost is what is covered under unemployment. I don't know if that person under a short-time compensation program would have been eligible for the pandemic assistance that was provided in the CARES Act.
Director, do you want to add to that?
Mr. Co-Chair, Senator Beitman, and that's absolutely right. The individual on a short-term compensation program would not be recouping their full income. It would be just a pro rata share in unemployment for that time frame. You know, it's an interesting question that you raised, though. If they do extend that program, that FPUC program, whether it's $200, $400, $600, whatever it might be, our understanding has been that if someone is eligible for any unemployment program, that they're eligible for that FPUC program. I suspect maybe this next time around there might be more parameters built into that, but I just don't know how that might play out. It may be also, though, well, I don't know how that would work out. This program itself does not do that. That add-on program may have that effect. Holly, do you have anything else on that? Do you know?
I would just say that the guidance we've gotten recently from our NASWA partners says that the FPUC is applicable to regular UI, extended benefits, pandemic unemployment assistance, pandemic emergency unemployment compensation. It doesn't list the STC program. So that's the information we have right now on that.
Okay.
Representative Connolly, you had your hand up. Did you?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator Biden, you can look on page 17, line 26. Under benefits, that B Romanet I says that an employee is not eligible and only eligible for combined benefits in any benefit year in an amount more than the maximum entitlement established for regular unemployment compensation. So right there, you have a bit of a limitation.
Okay. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It just occurred to me, what about after the fact? I mean, can an employee come back, say they're eligible now? Is there a cutoff point where they cannot come, or they can come back and apply for eligible benefits? Is this just only for during the period when they activate? I mean, come on, you know, become eligible and take the benefit, or if they're otherwise unemployed and they were eligible for the, say, the CARES Act, like Senator has said about the 600, can they come back and apply for those? Or is that lost?
Director or Ms.
Yeah, Co-Chairman Greer, I'm not certain. Do you mean if they quit with this employer so they're no longer on that program with that employer, can they then come back and apply for regular UI benefits?
Yes. Yes. Yes, that's it.
Yeah, I would believe that they would be eligible for regular unemployment insurance benefits if if their amount of money paid into for their base rates would be appropriate. Holly, is that your understanding?
Yes, that is correct.
So I do want to follow up on that question of Representative Henderson's. If, as an employer, I have this contract in place and the agreement with my collective bargaining unit, and we're agreeing to do this, and an employer or an employee quits, then that's their decision to quit. And they're not eligible for any unemployment benefits in my view. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I'll be clear. Senator Hank Coe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've been trying to track all this, and my understanding is that if we don't, pass this legislation by December 31st, there's 177,000 that would go away that we would not be able to access. So this is a good program, and other states have it in place. The way I perceive this, it qualifies under the CARES Act funding. what would prohibit the state of Wyoming and the executive branch from just saying, this is how we want to do some of our CARES funding? And I guess you're saying, well, we're the appropriators, we're the legislature, we should be doing that. But what if we don't go into special session before December 31st? And I'll use Montana as an example. And I'm sure, Mr. Chairman, you've seen what's going on in Montana. The legislature is not appropriating the CARES money up there. The executive branch is just expending it, and they've expended over 700 million so far. So that's my thoughts, and I'm curious as to whether or not Director Cooley or anybody knows what's going on in Montana. And in Montana, they're a very similar state to us. They have this program in place, but is it possible, if we don't go into special session, that the executive branch could issue an executive order and implement this program anyway?
Mr. Fuller, do you want to tackle that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Coe, I'll start with an answer. The one thing I would note with the CARES Act is the funding in the relief funds that the state has received are different from the funds that are specified for both the $177,000 grant funds and the reimbursement funds that are available to December. Those are two different pots. In terms of whether whether the executive branch could use the funds to stand up a program like this with the relief funds, that's not clear to me from the guidance. What I would note is that in Senate File 1002, the legislature did authorize the executive branch, the Department of Workforce Services, to prepare and seek, I believe, to implement a temporary program for this. I don't recall the exact section number, but I believe there was language in there authorizing that temporary program. In terms of triggering that other pot of fund that's set aside specifically for short-time compensation, that would require the establishment of a permanent program, which this bill would do.
And that is my understanding as well, and was my final line of questioning once the committee was done for the director. Yeah, Senator Coe.
Well, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. That answers my questions, and I can see that we're creating a program here legislatively, and I see all that, but I thought I'd just throw that in because I'm worried about the possibility that we might not get this done before December 31st.
Okay, committee, I do have, and this is a follow-up on this line of questioning. And so, Director, with that authorization in 1002, it was my understanding the department could work towards a temporary program, but to come behind with this legislation was a good safety net. And if it gets done in a special session, great. If not, it would still be a worthwhile program to look at in our general session. What has the department done in this vein to date, and what directions have you received from the executive branch?
Co-Chairman Greer, I think that the trajectory has been setting up the program through this legislation. Are we ready have we started discussions about setting up the program? Yes, we have. And again, because of the interest that I think that I've heard from not only the legislature, but also the governor is very interested in the program. Could we start getting to work on it under that? I think it was Senate File 1002, perhaps, but could we get started on it under that program and get it set up and in place using CARES Act fund? Perhaps. Again, this is where we've been focusing our efforts, but certainly we can start taking a look at getting something set up through the other legislation from the special session, and then take it from there. I think that's a possibility.
Okay. Yeah, and that was a little bit of my concern as a timing on this. again, for the management council members on this meeting today, we don't know if we're going to have another special session. So that's was a little bit of my concern, is how do we start to get some of the prep work for this done in advance? And, you know, in the scheme of things, $200,000 or so to start getting a program stood up is a very small amount, given the impacts that we've seen in employment in the state.
And Co-Chair Greer, just a final thought on that. I absolutely agree with you. The administrative funding wasn't that critical to me. It was the funding that we might receive for CARES Act funds to pay the employer payment, the UI payment through the end of December, that I thought could potentially be a windfall and of real assistance to business.
Yeah, I understand that component. Okay, so committee, any further questions for the director or her staff? Okay, I will ask maybe director if you could all just sit tight, but we'll try to move on with this. Mary Beth, if you're running this, is there anyone else out there to testify or comment on behalf of this?
No, Mr. Chairman, that is all.
Okay, I see Mr. Detai and Ms. Levine Levan are out. Are they for the next bill?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, very good. Okay, committee, again, any further questions here? All right, we can always ask any a little bit later on if we want as well. So then with this, what is the committee's pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move the bill for support and endorsement by the Minerals Committee.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and call on Representative Duncan, who had her hand first up there, Senator Rothfuss.
That sounds good to me.
Representative Duncan?
I was just going to move the bill. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. It's moved by Senator Rothfuss and seconded by Senator Wasserberger. Okay. With that, committee, do we want, and let me just ask by this, just for sake of time, we can go page by page and I have no problem with that, or do we just want to move to discussion? And we've got to do something on the bottom end with respect to the appropriations, I think. So, but why don't we go ahead and just do this the old-fashioned way, and we'll work through this. So, okay, any general comments? All right, we'll work to bill. Page 1, page 2, 3, 4. Okay, I got Representative McGuire, then Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious about discussing the portion that starts on line 14 that talks about the eligibility of the employer. Again, the employee, through no fault of their own, may be caught in a catch-22 situation, and the employer, through no fault of their own, may be caught in a situation where there's a dispute as to whether or not they are in compliance with a different program. And so I just see this as kind of well, I would invite some discussion as to whether or not it's we are just creating a potential problem that will affect people and maybe prevent them from getting the benefits that they need or deserve. Thank you.
Committee, any comment on that? Chairman Anderson and then Senator Rothfuss. Don, I'll get back to you.
On that subject, I think I've seen before we put in there that they're in good standing with the agency rather than specifying it out. And they could be in good standing with the agency even though there's a dispute of some obligations or something. I think that could use some wordsmithing.
Okay, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first question I have would be to Mr. Fuller, which is, is this language that we've taken specifically from the guidance with DOL, recognizing that we want to be very sensitive that it would be an approved piece of legislation for us to pass this and then not have it approved by the Department of Labor would be unfortunate. So my first question is, how tightly do we have to maintain this particular language. And then my second question, I think, getting back to Representative McGuire's concern, is I'm curious what an example would be where he would have that concern, if he could walk through a scenario of how this language might not be sufficient. And I think I'd be able to better understand the concerns if he could do so.
Let's get Mr. Fuller's comment, and then you, Representative McGuire.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, this language is indeed from the Department of Labor's model legislation that it included in its 2012 guidance letter. In terms of how the department would view, I guess, deviation, so to speak, is unclear to me. I think that would be something they would work on. I think it's actually been something that the Department of Workforce Services has been working on with the Department of Labor in anticipation of trying to expedite the process, should this legislation be enacted.
Okay, Representative McGuire, did you want to respond to Senator Rothfuss's question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it's the model language, then I would defer to the model language, but especially at these times, I mean, I've received a couple comments from employers who have tried contacting the department and, been on the telephone for hours and hours and hours with no pickup. So there are questions that are out there right now. There are disputes that are pending. And just because of time and staff and other things, they cannot get, they can't even get a hold of the department. So again, my question is, are we going to end up with a deserving employee who's caught in a catch-22 because an employer is trying to work through an issue with the department?
On the same topic, okay, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, all right, that helps clarify a little bit. Thanks to the representative, Mr. Chairman. I think one option that would be on the table, I don't think we should change the language, but if there is a way to add a slight additional amount of language, another paragraph, something along those lines that helps to assuage those concerns, that might be an acceptable approach where, I don't know, maybe there's a presumption or something along those lines. Maybe you can get at what Co-Chairman Anderson was saying, that if they're generally in good standing, it will be presumed that the requirements in paragraph A have been met. Something along those lines. Maybe that's something that would comport with Department of Labor, while addressing Representative McGuire's concerns without changing the language. I'd ask, actually, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, maybe Representative Connolly has some thoughts on that. She's obviously been involved with the drafting and has a better sense of which things we should and shouldn't be touching, where the rails are, the third rails.
Representative Connolly is an honorary member for this part of the meeting, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think the only suggestion I would have, and I'm not sure if it goes back to, it was a Co-Chairman Anderson's suggestion that the language be used of good standing rather than specificity that was listed out here. And so that might allow for some of that flexibility.
I like Senator Anderson's suggestion myself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Representative Burkhart, were you on this same section or did you have a different question?
Mr. Chairman, same section, just a little different question. And while this is called model language, I guess my question would be, do we need to insert language that the employer remain in good standing for the length of the plan? Is there an opening that allows an employer to be up to date on their payments and everything, put a plan in place, and then immediately default on their payments? We're kind of silent on that issue. So I guess maybe staff or someone.
Yeah, Representative Conley has her hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I can't grab exactly where it is, but Representative Burkhart, the department can terminate a short-term compensation plan for an employer failing to live up to its obligations. That's in here. I'll find it for you in just a second.
Thank you.
All right, with respect to Representative McGuire's concern, is there a proposed amendment? Okay, see nobody jump. Okay, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would propose that it be amended to in good standing, and I would invite a comment from LSO as to whether or not he thinks that that would take the bill out of compliance federally. If not, then I would move forward with the motion.
Mr. Fuller, then Chairman Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I guess first, what I understand the amendment to be would be on line 15, after employer, delete has filed, and then delete line 16 through 19 entirely, and it would read, no plan shall be approved under this article unless the employer is in good standing with the department.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, to Representative McGuire's question, flatly, I don't know how the Department of Labor would view that change. Whether the broader language is problematic or not. I unfortunately can't be any clearer than that.
Okay. So Representative McGuire, was that a motion?
I would withdraw the motion. I don't want to monkey with the language and put the bill in jeopardy. So I would withdraw my motion.
Senator Anderson?
I wanted to second that motion. I don't think there's any problem. I think DOL will approve that. We're saying they're going to comply with everything that we're doing. So I don't see how they're going to disapprove it just based on that. So I'd like to go ahead with the amendment.
Okay, so that's a motion to amend.
Yes.
Thank you, by McGuire.
And I'll second it. I'll second Senator the chairman's motion.
Any discussion? One point of discussion I'll make is I believe that the department in rulemaking can define what good standing is. But it is broader language. So, Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would support the amendment were it not for the fact that it's my understanding that this draft has actually been vetted and approved by the Department of Labor. And I'll ask and double check with the members of the working group on that. I believe that's the case, and I'll just pause and see if that is the case.
Okay, Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator Rothfuss, the language that is now included was not part of the language that was originally submitted to DOL. That language was in a staff comment, and the DOL came back with only one addition that they truly wanted to this draft of the bill, and that was the inclusion of the specificity of the WIOA program as job training that's acceptable. Everything else that was in a staff comment, including this one here, seemed to be up to our discretion whether or not we wanted to include it.
Okay, good. I think I heard the question being called by somebody, right?
Right.
So all those in favor of the amendment, we understand the amendment, please raise your hand. Okay, so I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those opposed? 1. That amendment will be incorporated in the bill draft. Okay. All right. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. 8, 9.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
I would move that we remove line on page 9, line 1 through 5. It seems like a duplication of the previous paragraph. And I know one of the criteria that Representative Conley said was where one of their criteria was don't make it difficult for an employer to participate. It looks like this may just throw in another complication. So I'd like to eliminate that paragraph.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? seconded by Representative McGuire. Okay, so discussion, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Same concern, same question. I'd like some feedback on this particular paragraph. It was my impression from Mr. Fuller's discussion that this was language that was explicitly requested be included, with the exception of the word local, I believe, which was added. So I want to understand if we need this or not before voting.
So I'm going to comment before I call on anyone. The word local was inserted at my insistence, and because in my day job I do work with a union, I would not, nor do I think it would be appropriate to enter into one of these agreements without sitting down with our local union representation. I would need to have them on board. I was concerned that I did not want it to be someone out of their regional or national office, but rather the men and women that are directly involved in our organization. So it's a step that I think most employers would take, and the local language gave me a certain amount of comfort. So that's my view on that. Representative Conley, did you have a more direct answer to Senator Rothfuss's question of whether this is required or not?
Mr. Chairman, again, this is one of the examples that it is part of the kind of draft language. You can find it in a program letter, and that many of the states that we looked at use this very specific language.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Chairman Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I still think this is unnecessary, and it just gives a line of credibility for the unions. I don't doubt that it's in a lot of other states that have a strong union, but I think this just complicates the thing. The previous paragraph says the employer will are consistent with the employer's obligations under applicable federal and state laws. I just don't think this paragraph is necessary, and it complicates the life of the unit. And of course, they will get approval from the union and work that. The problem I have is local doesn't mean anything with operating engineers. Our local was taken over by a local in San Francisco. It's called Local 9, the most strongest union in the United States in the operating engineers. And they still called themselves locals, and they would have taken with this. The problem you have when you get the bargaining unit, you have people that aren't in the bargaining unit. The bargaining unit can say they're not included in this deal and just complicate the whole situation. Now, our real local operating engineers wouldn't have done that, but when Local 9 took over, they would have done that. So I think this is just unnecessary. We need to follow the federal guidelines, federal and state laws, not what we have to do with the unions. Thank you.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to vote against this motion just because I want to make sure that we're comporting with the Department of Labor more than anything else. And if this is what we've seen in other drafts that have been approved, I'm much less comfortable with this change than the last amendment, which sounded like there was flexibility. This is an important program, and Roman at 9 here, honestly, I don't think it's going to change anything. I want to, I just want to check boxes and make sure the work share program gets passed. So that's my biggest concern.
Okay. Any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of the motion to delete lines 1 through 5 on page 9, please raise your hand. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to go ahead and vote 7. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, that amendment has passed. Okay. Anything else on page 9? Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. 14. Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 12. I'm sorry I wasn't quick enough with my hand waving and the microphone. Line 6, 20 days. Is there any reason why it wasn't exactly 3 weeks, 21 days? I'm just curious on this one. That's all. I guess that's a question for staff.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burkhart, I believe this just tracks what was in the federal guidance.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't see that on page 12. Something's the matter here. What are you, what's that? What line are you on there?
Line 6 on page 12.
Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you.
Did Representative Burkhart, did you want to change it to 21 days?
Mr. Chairman, no, I was just curious. 20 seems like a odd number. We just usually talk in weeks or something like that. That was all. I wondered what the reasoning was. I'm happy.
All right. Anything else on page 12? Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. 18. 19. 20. Okay, page 21. 22. Okay, page 23. Mr. Fuller, I think we need just a little bit of help here. To authorize an AWAC position, and we'll be sending this, well, first of all, let me give my thoughts. One is the funds that are in there are already authorized by the language up above. Is that a correct statement?
Mr. Chairman, the language in that section 3 just authorizes the Department of Workforce Services to use any federal funding available under the CARES Act or other federal legislation.
Okay. And okay, so that answers that question. Next question then is, if we want to authorize an at-will employee to stand up this, we need to have another section. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, if you want to do that in this bill, that's correct.
Okay. And so I guess the chair is looking for any input from the committee if we want to authorize that to the next to the end of this budget. Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would propose an amendment then to authorize that appropriation and that expenditure until the next session or budget. I don't have the exact words. I just think it's something that's needed.
Okay. Is there a second? Seconded by, okay, Senator Rothfuss. Mr. Fuller, before we move on to discussion, we don't need to have an appropriations, just an authorization of the at-will position. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's up to the committee, whether it wants to separately appropriate funds from a source to be used to pay this position. Otherwise, if it's the committee's will to just authorize the extra position from the department's existing funds, then simply authorizing the position would be the course to follow.
Yeah. So Representative Burkhart, do you, just to be clear on your motion, are you authorizing the position and funding or just the position?
Mr. Chairman, I would authorize the position and the funding.
Okay, and Senator Rothfuss, is that consistent with your second? Okay, discussion? Senator Beitman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be clear, the funding, if we vote on this, is the funding going to come from the CARES Act or is the funding going to come from their existing budget?
Okay, as presented, the funding may come from the CARES Act, but could come from the general fund. If you do the position and the funding. that correct, Mr. Fuller?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a decision for the committee to make. That would be direction I would need to draft this amendment.
Right. Okay, so just so the chair is clear, my understanding of Representative Burkhart's motion is to authorize the position through this budget, the budget we just got into, and then to also authorize the funding for that position. So that's where we are, okay? Mr. Fuller.
Yeah, but Mr. Chairman, let me just clarify. I believe the language of Section 3 would authorize the use of federal funds for the position. It states that the department's authorized to apply for, receive, and expend any federal funds for the purposes of this act. So that if a position is created in this act, arguably that would be one of the purposes of the act. I think the question for the committee would be whether it wants to specify funding for that position from another source other than federal funds.
That too is my understanding. That's why I asked that question, is if we just authorize the position, then they'll have to do their funding from existing funds or from federal funds. If we authorize the position and funding for the position, we open the door. So, okay, Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I seconded this because I think it's really important that we discuss it and work on it, but I don't necessarily know that I'm going to support the motion because I don't know that we need it. And my thought is, as Section 3 is written, consistent with what Mr. Fuller just said, where it enables the use of federal funds, it would be my expectation that the AWAC individual was funded through federal funds through the end of the year if we pass this during the interim, basically. So there are funds available for that position for the AWAC to be used. Then there might be a little bit of a gap until the next legislative session, but then it basically would be, all right, well, let's look at it in a supplemental budget, how we want to fund it, which I'm perfectly comfortable with. I think that moving this piece of legislation forward with Section 3 standing alone and then revisiting it as part of a budget discussion is perfectly rational as an approach and removes our obligation to decide right now how we would want to go about it. At least my inclination, and again, based on what Mr. Fuller just said, is I'm going to vote against the motion I seconded because I feel like Section 3 has us covered and I want to use the federal funds for the position. But I'm open to hearing more. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, so I'm going to make one quick comment and I'll call on you, Representative Burkhart. Appropriations Committee appropriates dollars, but they also authorize positions. So if we don't authorize a position, they'll have to fill it from an existing position. If we authorize a position without any further funding, they'll be able to pull it from the language up above for federal funding, just so we kind of understand how that works. So Representative Burkhart.
Mr. Chairman, a clarification on my motion. My motion, and again, you know, this was done kind of on the fly, was to use the federal funds, authorize a position, use the federal funds, and then if need be, have the department utilize their own funds until the next session of the legislature, where then we can come up with an authorization and a budget. I just wanted to cover that portion in there where the legislature won't meet until next January, that there's no gap that, well, the AWAC person goes away for 3 weeks or 2 months or whatever. I just want to make sure we're covered up until the next session, wherever the money comes from.
Okay, I'm going to go. Senator Rothfuss has his hand up, and then Chairman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that's a question with regard to the authorization for the position itself. I realize, again, that goes to the budget typically, but we're at a point in time with our previous actions for the executive branch giving a heck of a lot of flex authority. Again, I'm under the impression that even without a direct authorization for this position, that this position would, with the federal funds, be able to be created. And maybe I'm wrong on that, but I have an expectation that that wouldn't hold back. I do appreciate Representative Burkhart's discussion just now, though, about the idea of ensuring that we've kind of got that gap covered. I think that's a thoughtful addition that maybe we need to ensure that language is there, and that helps it out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Chairman Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Furphy had his name up or his hand up before me. Maybe he still has a comment, but I would like to comment.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Representative Furphy. I missed you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just trying to get it clarified that we're not allocating new funds out of the general fund if we can't use the CARES Act. And I think you've answered that now, that it would come out of the existing budget for the Department of Labor if we can't somehow use the CARES Act funds. I just wanted that clarified.
And that's what I understand the motion to be now. Is that correct, Representative Burkhart?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Is that correct with the second? Okay. All right. Chairman Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, we had a working committee work this for quite some time, and they apparently used a lot of different resources and whatnot. I'm against the amendment. I want to just leave it like it is and let it flow through.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I got Representative Burkhart and Representative Conley.
Mr. Chairman, looking at information from Director Cooley, the director indicates that they would use the CARES Act funding, but once expended, it would not be general fund. It would be other funds similar to the other UI employees. So we're not talking about general fund. So I would say that would come out of that brief period of time until the legislature authorizes continuation, or funding would come out of the department's funds and not the general fund.
Okay. Representative Conley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to add on to that, when the working committee was doing its work, we were unclear how that $177,000 could be used. We wanted this program to go through. It was the recognition that, let's face it, DWS and the unemployment division right now is very thin, stretched very thin in terms of its employees, that in order to stand up this program and stand it up quickly, it would likely need someone else to come in and help out with it. But we didn't want to kind of negatively impact the unemployment insurance trust fund. Know that we're not talking about general fund money at all here. We're talking about the unemployment trust fund, which pays for the employees that administer that program. But it was only last night that Director Cooley got word from the Department of Labor that in fact we can use a portion of that $177K for the hiring of individuals. So that's why this section is amorphous at the end. We were waiting to hear that. So what we heard yesterday is that that money can be used for the hiring of an employee or employees to stand up this program. So I do think that we need a section in here that says that we can authorize an AWAC so that we can get somebody who is on immediately, but we're going to use federal funds to do it. Right? We're going to use this $177K in order to stand up the program. So I would suggest that we include in there the authorization for an AWAC position and that we utilize federal funds in order to pay for it.
Okay. That's the motion before us. So, okay. Seeing everybody's ready to vote. All those in favor of that amendment, please raise your hands. I'm going to vote for it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3. Okay, that motion carries. Okay, any further amendments? Okay. Mr. Fuller, any other issues we may need to address as a committee that you see?
Chairman, I'm unaware of any. I would just ask for latitude in terms of drafting the specific language for the amendment the committee just passed.
Yep, I think we are clear. Authorized position, it comes out of federal dollars. Okay, you bet. Yes, sir. Okay, any further discussion on the bill? Okay, question being called. This is a roll call vote, and we are voting on 21 LSO 0050 version 4 short time compensation program as amended by the committee. Go ahead, Mary Beth.
Senator Beitman.
Aye.
Senator Coe.
Aye.
Senator Rothfuss,
Aye.
Senator Wasserberger. I see a thumbs up from Senator Wasserberger. Representative Burkhardt,
Aye.
Representative Crank,
Aye.
Representative Crank, aye. Representative
Aye.
Dunn,
Aye.
Representative Air,
Aye.
Representative Furphy,
Aye.
Representative Henderson,
Aye.
Representative McGuire,
Aye.
Chairman Anderson,
Aye.
Chairman Greer.
Aye.
The motion passes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Fuller, and then we'll decide whether House or Senate file or both, whatever the future holds for us. Subcommittee, great work. Mr. Fuller, thank you for your work on this as well. Do we need to take a 5-minute bio break, or do we want to charge into everybody shaking their head yes? Why don't we do this as a pretty quick one? Let's just take 5 minutes and then we'll come back and take up the next topic, which is the COVID-19 Large Business Relief Act. So Senator Wasserberger. So I had my grandson up over the weekend, 4 days, who is like yours, like your two, right? He's about 8 months old and from Nebraska. You're on mute. I can't hear you.
And Mr. Chairman, just so you know, we're still, the live stream is still on.
I don't have a problem talking about my grandson to the world. Doesn't bother me. Thanks. There, I got you. You're off.
Okay, great. Well, you remember that they're 1 day apart.
Yeah, no, I know. I come in, I was all happy to have a grandson. You come in and tell me you got twins.
Well, I'll tell you what, the little boy, he's a grinner, man. He just grins all the time.
Yeah, they're from Valentine, right? Is that?
No, Jory is.
Oh, these are Jory's. Oh,
These
okay.
are Jory's, yeah.
Okay.
They're in Albuquerque. Jory just got a huge fellowship to Mayo Clinic.
Really? So is he done with his residency, or is it a continuation then?
Well, he has 1 year left. He's in his 5th year of residency as of July 1.
Wow.
So now he is pretty much on his own for operations. He's by himself.
Yesterday, he did a rotator cuff by scope. Anyway, a year from now, July 1, sometime around the end of June, we'll move him and his family from Albuquerque to Rochester, Minnesota. And then after that, he comes back to the state of Wyoming.
Good. Is he got a place in Wyoming yet, or is he?
Well, he's an orthopedic surgeon and they're in huge demand. So yeah, he's feeling like a first round draft pick that's on unsigned.
Well, I guess that was my question. You can get him home, or is he gonna?
No, he wants to come home, and they're gonna come home. They'll, and as you know, WWAMI, the guarantee is that they're here for 3 years. So after that, he can do whatever he wants, but
Sure.
he wants to complete his commitment.
Yeah. No, that's good.
So how's your family doing?
They're doing good. Taylor's with child again, so she'll be due January 28th.
Oh,
So-
wow.
So her and her brother aren't very far apart, and so that's how she wanted her kids to be. You're all best friends, I guess. Good thing.
Well, I always enjoyed being 13 months younger than my brother Tom. I mean, we did everything together.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I believe we're still live.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's on the Facebook, so that Taylor's had another baby. So.
So did Tiff get her bowls?
Yeah, she did. What she ended up doing was Jesse Crump had one, and then Cale Crutchman. So just right down middle prong there. They're pretty good looking bulls, but yeah, she got taken care of locally. So
good.
Yeah, and she talked to your son, and his name just left me.
Trey.
Yeah, Trey. Sorry. And yeah, because I think he was taking some bulls up to Bill's place, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I took him up there.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, she got all set. So Senator Coe and Representative Burkhart got something to eat on the break. All right, we're all coming back on. We'll get a couple more folks and then we'll soldier on. I'm already behind schedule, but hopefully we get done before lunch here. It was a good discussion on that bill, though. I think we did a good job working that. Okay, I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, we've got enough. Let's go ahead and move on to the next agenda item, which is a COVID-19 large business relief bill draft. So it's 21 LSO 0045 version 4. And let me pull my copy up over here. And we went through this bill. It was explained by Representative Burkhart and Mr. Fuller at the last meeting. And so I think what we'll do is just like we did last time is Mr. Fuller maybe hit the changes, the amendments to it, and then Representative Burkhart, where you at? There you are on my screen. Everybody moves around when we do this. And then we'll have you kind of give us an overview and we'll have a discussion, hopefully work the bill and move forward. So Mr. Fuller.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is 21 LSO 45 draft point 4. Just to recap, this bill draft, similar to the programs that were established in Senate File 1004 that this committee sponsored, this bill would create a separate relief program for large businesses, that is those with 100 employees or more. Just as the last bill, I'll just run through the substantive changes that have been made in this bill. First, Mr. Chairman, Section 1, the findings were deleted per the committee's direction at the June meeting. So those are omitted from this version of the bill draft. Then moving on to page 5, line 11. After payroll costs, the words "for Wyoming employees" were inserted to make clear that stipends awarded can be used for payroll costs for employees who are in Wyoming, who are Wyoming employees. On page 6, lines 9 through 10, the month of June was added in terms of a month that the business could use in terms of calculating losses, actual losses for purposes of receiving a stipend under this program. And then similarly in lines 17 through 21, June was added. And then the entire paragraph is a bit different. Instead of the stipend being calculated as a percentage of the property taxes paid or the company's gross payroll, this paragraph 6 states that the stipend is based on the actual losses that the eligible business incurred in April, May, and June 2020, subject to the $1.5 million cap that's in the next paragraph on the top of page 7. And then, Mr. Chairman, moving on to page 7, down to line 15, paragraph A previously required, subparagraph A previously required an employer or a business that received a stipend to maintain a meaningful nexus for 3 years to Wyoming. The language has been changed to say continue to maintain principal operations in Wyoming for not less than 3 years. And then subparagraph B, beginning on line 19, previously this read that a business had to maintain 95% of the employees that it had for 3 years. This now provides that the business must maintain at least 90% of the eligible business's gross payroll as of March 31st, 2020. They must maintain the payroll at 90% of that level until March 31st, 2023. And then, Mr. Chairman, on page 10, in one spot on line 17 and again on line 23, the appropriation, the language here would have allowed any excess appropriation that wasn't obligated or encumbered or estimated to be needed for the program to roll back into, I guess, the pot of relief funds to be allocated elsewhere. That previously had a date of September, I believe September 1st or September 15th. In light of kind of the timeline now, with any potential special session, that date is now November 1st, 2020. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, committee, any questions of Mr. Fuller on the changes from our last meeting? Chairman Anderson. You're on mute.
What, Mr. Chairman, what was our thinking on just making it April, May, and June? I know a lot of businesses right now are still, it's almost the end of July and they're still having problems.
I think it was to put a stake in the ground on losses, but Representative Burkhart, maybe you can, this has been a little bit of your labor of love. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the reason behind adding June was, excuse me, May and June is where the majority of the issues hit businesses. I know they're still suffering, but that things are starting to come back. But that was the reason to make it 3 months instead of 2, with the majority of losses of business due to interruption and loss of sales and that sort of thing was mostly May and June, starting in April. And that was the reason to add the 3rd month in there.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Chairman?
No, my question wasn't why we add June. I'm questioning why we don't add July, August, September, October. This thing isn't over and the businesses are not back. I think they're going to be hurt in this kind of a scenario long into the end of the year.
Yeah, Representative Burkhart.
Mr. Chairman, we could always do that, but I would hesitate adding future months in there, not knowing really what the future holds. It could get worse, it could get better. I would, I'd accept an amendment to add, July in there if that's what someone wanted. We had originally compared the annual numbers, and the committee was kind of more in favor of designating specific months rather than a year. So that was the reason. No other reason other than it's the 3 most recent months. If you want to move it to 4 most recent months that include July, that can be done easily. But I would hesitate adding in future months to in effect hold some sort of incentive or whatever detriment out there. I don't know what you would call it. That's just no real hard and fast rule on the 3 months versus 4 or some other number. Other than, like I said, the last meeting, the committee tended to favor specific months, those affected by the COVID closures and the impact from that.
Okay. All right. Did I get your, okay. Any other technical questions of Mr. Fuller? If not, why don't we, Representative Burkhardt, can you just kind of give us an overview of what this does and why it's needed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What the bill does is provide some relief for some of our large companies in Wyoming. And I think I can do this, both your questions at the same time. We have a number of large companies who have really kept parts of our economy going by keeping their employees employed. They didn't qualify for PPP or other programs, but they have managed to keep their people employed without furloughs, layoffs, reductions in force, whatever you want to call them, and have done that for a number of months. And they've had the ability to do that, but times are starting to show on them. And it was to provide some relief for those companies specifically who have done that, the larger companies who didn't qualify for any other program, but really have helped the Wyoming economy by keeping people employed. And these people are buying vehicles, they're buying takeout food from restaurants and that sort of thing. And there are a number of large companies that have done that throughout the state. And it was to provide, again, some ability for them to recoup some of their losses in making those payrolls, their losses in sales, and to provide them some relief that have been provided to other companies. Not many companies, I would guess maybe 30 would qualify for the program. But again, those 30 employ probably, I'm going to guess, several thousand employees. So that's kind of the logic for it, the reasons. We discussed this at the last meeting, and that's, I'd be glad to answer questions.
Okay. Any questions of Representative Burkhardt? Okay. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. Would there be any issue with, on the period as the Senator Co-Chairman Anderson was referring to? The period, I mean, we've seen applications for assistance all the way back, starting like in March, and I mean, and it's going to continue for some time. We don't know that, but could we go back to say March instead of April? What was the reason starting in April? Is my question.
Representative Burkhardt.
Mr. Chairman, April is when the real impact started to hit. If you remember, we came out of session. I forget the exact date, but it was the following week the closure orders were issued. So we were already about halfway through March. And for the full impact to take effect, there's only 2 weeks in there. April, May, June is where the impacts of the closure order started to really take effect on businesses in Wyoming. And that was the logic. The committee at the last meeting had indicated that using an annual comparison, they didn't feel was appropriate. So we changed it to that monthly basis. And we can use, it's at the committee's pleasure, whatever months people want. There's nothing hard and fast about those 3 months. They were the 3 most recent months with those losses. And I think the relief does not provide dollar for dollar replacement for expenditures of companies. It really doesn't. I mean, when you have a company that has a $50 million a year payroll, they've already expended 3 months of that with a reduced income due to sales or reduced revenues. It isn't going to replace that. It just helps them with it. I know one company has continued to produce their product and is stockpiling and hoping that business picks up, but they've kept their people employed. So no particular reason for those months. We could always amend it.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions about the way this is structured, and these were concerns that I raised last time, and I don't see that they've changed. So I just wanted to revisit them and see if there's any way to address these. The first is I see 3 months of lost revenue as sort of being the driving value as to whether or not you're eligible for this program. But as I understand it, and this is the question, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't actually have to operate at a loss during those 3 months. You just have to have a lower revenue for those 3 months year over year. So you could still theoretically be profitable, highly profitable, and eligible for this program as long as the revenue, gross revenue, has decreased year over year. Is that accurate?
Representative Burkhart.
Mr. Chairman, I would say it's accurate to an extent. It's either sales revenues or production. And looked at that issue and could not come up with a solution that said you couldn't make a profit, that you had to have losses. And I don't see any of these companies. I've not had a company that I've questioned indicate that they're making great money off of reduced production or sales. So I wasn't able to come up with a solution to that question.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, another question.
Mr. Fuller popped on the screen. He might be able to. Did you want to address that, Mr. Fuller?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, I think I can answer it in part. On page 6, paragraphs 5 and 6 are doing a couple of different things. And paragraph 6, having been changed in this version, is a bit different. Paragraph 5, presumably in an attempt to require the business to show some demonstrable impact to, as a result of the COVID-19 public health emergency, they must demonstrate a certain level of losses, revenue, or production in the 3 months. The way paragraph 6 now reads is that the stipend amount is equal to the actual losses that the eligible business incurred during those 3 months, up to the $1.5 million limit that's at the top of page 7. So I'm not sure if that change gets at least part of the concerns that you've just raised.
Okay. Senator Rothfuss, go ahead.
Thank you. Follow up on that. And I did see those changes, and I appreciate those changes, and I think it narrows it a little bit, but I don't think paragraph 6 means a financial loss as I read it. I believe it means a loss of revenue relative to the month over month as I'm reading it. Is that accurate? In other words, if I had a 20% profit last year and I've got a 10% profit this year, that delta of profit would qualify as a loss under paragraph 6 as written. In other words, not an actual loss, but a relative loss. Is that correct, Mr. Fuller?
It would. I'll answer that. It would if you've demonstrated that loss is caused as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Sorry, Mr. Fuller, but I chimed in. Go ahead, Mr. Fuller, you answer that.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, I don't see anything in the language that would preclude the scenario you just described in terms of being an actual loss. I think the question with that would be how the Business Council would interpret that as it promulgates rules for this specific program.
Okay, and
Yep, Senator Rothfuss, you had a follow-up?
No, Mr. Chairman, it's a different question, and I see that Representative Burkhart raised his hand. I think
Okay.
he's on that question.
Start on that question. You have a comment?
Mr. Chairman, remember, we don't talk specifically about profits. We do mention sales, revenues, or production. And that would be, again, up to the Business Council's rules to determine that. I've talked to the Business Council, and I think they have some changes that they would recommend, except they were extensive enough that we couldn't include them at this time. I think if the bill goes forward, we'd include them as an amendment, considering I only got those changes late yesterday. So to be more consistent, I think those could be addressed. But I don't see an easy way to handle specifically profits. If you've lost sales, revenues, or production on a month-to-month comparison, yeah, you may still make a profit, but I don't think you're going to be making a lot of money.
Okay. Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just think it's important that we don't lose sight of what we're doing here. These loss in revenues and loss of profits are due to the result of required closures or public health orders through no fault of the business's own, no fault of their business strategy. This is just to make them whole for what we've done to them, we being the government has done to them based on these interruptions and closures. So whether or not they still come out with a profit or not is a moot point. It's this, the whole function behind this bill and these CARES Act funds are to make these guys whole, or as close to whole as possible, for what the government has done to them, requiring them to shut down and interrupt their businesses.
Okay. Senator Roth, just a minute. Go ahead, Mr. Fuller.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, my apologies. Senator Roth, is just one more note, kind of in line with your questions. The Business Council has, for the other programs, defined lost business revenue to mean substantiated revenue that would have been earned in the absence of required closures, including but not limited to actual revenue, accounts receivable, or contracts for work. Applicants must be able to substantiate their lost business revenue. Just wanted to, Mr. Chairman, Senator Roth, just throw that out there for your note.
Yeah. Okay, Senator Rothfuss. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the other concern I have, and I do realize the intent of these bills and was involved in the others, but my concern changes when you have larger corporations and corporate structures that can move money around in ways that the smaller companies can't. And Mr. Chairman, one of the concerns I had last time, which I still don't see any way around, is this could be effectively $1.5 million payment that comes to a single company, and it has to be justified. We understand that the revenue has to have decreased to get to that point. But the way those funds, as I understand it, could be effectively used would be a distribution to 10 shareholders of $150,000 each. I realize it specifically says things along the lines of maintaining the expenditures for salaries and for payroll. But again, these funds are fungible. So it's my understanding, and this is my primary concern with a large corporation, it really can just be a profit payout. So if you have a profitable company that was profitable one year, we'll say highly profitable, 20%, 30%. And some of these companies are subject to, more subject to the value of the commodity market than to anything else. So you could have a high profit year followed by a very low profit year that leads to us spending $1.5 million that goes directly in 10 cash payments to shareholders. And I don't see why that isn't plausible. I mean, not just possible, but plausible under this legislation. And I don't think that's the intent. The intent is, again, to make sure our workers are made whole. But I'm concerned with that being a viable scenario. So I'd ask Representative Burkhart what his thoughts are on a scenario along those lines where it really just ends up being a dividend to the shareholders.
Representative Burkhart.
Chairman, page 5, Romanet 4 is a shall section that says shall be used by the eligible business for the following expenditures and expenses associated with COVID-19 is payroll costs, business supplies, business equipment, other business expenses such as rent or mortgage payment, and operational cost, and then other expenditures or expenses related to business interruption. And I think that would cover it. I think Senator Rothfuss is getting into the internal operation of a business. And I'm not sure we can address that in a bill of who they give money to and how much to shareholders when they've already lost considerable amount of money just in payroll. I think a lot of these businesses, 1.5 million won't make up the losses on payroll because they've kept people employed in lower productive jobs just to keep them employed. And I think that's the idea here is to recognize that and helps provide some relief.
Okay, Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I certainly am cognizant of that paragraph 4, and it gets to the last statement I made, which kind of goes to the supplement versus supplant concept of the use of the funds. This 1.5 million would unquestionably go to these purposes based on the statute as written. I don't doubt that, but that frees up $1.5 million different dollars that otherwise would have gone to these purposes, payroll, for example, that is then available because, again, the funds are fungible. With the smaller businesses, and when you start looking at the constitutionality of these distributions, I think it's hard to make the case that you'll end up getting the dividend distribution type approach, or that these smaller businesses that the other programs went towards, Mr. Chairman, were capable of exploiting loopholes and of drawing profits in these types of circumstances. As the size of the business grows and the flexibility for obtaining capital grows, it seems to me that we have to be concerned with the possibility of that. So, Mr. Chairman, what I'm saying is if it truly is a supplement to payroll where they've been paying people, they've come in short, and they have truly failed to make a profit because they've kept people on, then they need a program just like everybody else. But this is a lot of money.
Yeah. We understand the argument, understand that. And so for the sake of our schedule, Senator Rothfuss could be thinking of an amendment. But with that, any further questions, any other points, questions, Representative Burkhart? Not seeing any. So LSO staff, do we have any? We've got 3 people in the waiting room. I don't know how I was going to do this on this meeting. Is there anybody in opposition to this bill or speaking in opposition to it? Or was everybody in the waiting room in favor?
Mr. Chairman, I believe everyone in the waiting room is in favor.
Okay. If they're all in favor, let's bring them in, and then we'll take them first, Mr. D, as I got them on this list, Mr. Detai, Jody, and then Amy. Okay. Mr. Detai, are you able to join us by video?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Mr. Detai, I can. I think we'll let you have the floor first.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Travis Detai with the Wyoming Mining Association. Just offering our general support for the bill, and thank you to Representative Burkhart for bringing it forward. We believe this bill recognizes that when we've been distributing the CARES money for businesses, Obviously, the small businesses and the mom and pop operations come first, but the larger operators and the larger employers in our state are suffering as well. We think this is a good start, and we would recommend that the committee move it forward. There can be some work done on it, I think, and I think my colleague, Mrs. Levin, will address a couple of our concerns with the legislation after me, but we would offer our general support, and we would appreciate the committee moving the bill forward.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Detai? Okay, Jody Levin, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee, Jody Levin on behalf of the Trona industry. I want to thank the committee for addressing this important topic today and recognizing that your largest employers in the state are being hit hard by COVID-19 as well. Really appreciate the work that Representative Burkhart has put into this effort. He has worked with the Trona industry to address a couple of major concerns with the bill. One of those was the date period that the committee has been addressing already today. Representative Burkhart is correct that the inclusion of March really didn't show the full impact of what was happening with operations in response to closures in other states. So by shifting the period of time to April, May, and June, you get a more true comparison to what is actually happening to these companies economically. So that language is on page 6, of course, in subsection 5 and subsection 6, and we greatly appreciate the shift of the dates. On page 7 in subsection B, this is lines 19 through 23. This is one of the requirements that a company would essentially have to certify to if they were to take the funds. And Representative Burkhart did work with us to make this language a little bit more flexible. The original concept had a 95% threshold for payroll. This has a 90% threshold for payroll. That is still a very difficult standard for these companies to maintain. So this is a maintenance of payroll for 3 years at the 90% level of what payroll looked like at the end of March of this year. With current market conditions and the market uncertainty, I don't know that any of the Trona producers would take the funds because of this standard. And I certainly understand the goal of this bill. You want to kind of reward those companies who have kept people on payroll, and that's important. Trona production is down 41% since December, and that's directly tied to demand and closures in other states. If we don't have factories open, if you don't have glass being produced, if you don't have the automotive industry up and running, their market gets hit hard, and we're seeing that right now. So there have been some layoffs with one company, there have been some furloughs, there have been some reductions in pay with another company, and then there's been some creative scheduling to bring certain portions of the workforce in at one point in time and rotate that with other schedules to help maintain social distancing, but also to try to keep people employed doing other things versus their normal job. But I do want to flag that I think that's a tough standard. And while we are so appreciative of the concept, I have to be honest that I don't know if any of the companies will apply.
Okay, any questions, Ms. Levin? Okay, seeing none, we appreciate your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet. So, Mr. Seuss, I got you next on my list, so I'll have you go.
Thank you, Chairman Greer. Can you hear me?
We can. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Yes, sir. Chairman Greer, Chairman Anderson, members of the committee, I appreciate you having me. I'm Adam Cease on behalf of Sinclair Oil Corporation, and I'm here in support of the bill. I want to thank Representative Burkhart. I want to thank you all who have worked with Representative Burkhart on this measure. It's something that Joan Evans and myself have talked with the governor, Representative Burkhart, and many others about for months. And the last time I testified before the committee, I mentioned this, that Ross Matthews, our CEO, told the governor very early on the very onset of the pandemic, that in his estimation, the most important thing for the state to do was to get any monies it received from the federal government and the CARES legislation out into the economy as fast as possible. And that's still our number one point. We think that the as we move through this rebound and through the bottom of this cycle, the most important thing is that we have a strong and durable and economy and a confident consumer. That's the most important thing. I'll give you just a quick update on what we're seeing in the liquid fuels market. Demand is still down quite a bit. Gasoline demand has bounced back some since we last talked. Diesel demand has stayed relatively flat, thankfully, probably to really kept several companies in the industry alive. Diesel demand in this area never fell off more than 30%. So diesel demand stays about 70% of normal, and gas has rebounded a bit, but demand is down, and it's going to be a very tough year. Production is way down at the refineries as well. That hasn't stopped Sinclair from investing capital into its plants and into its operations. That's not a sign of a recovering economy. It's a bet on the future. It's the bet on, I think, the durability of what we see the company is, but also really more a bet on the quality and the ability of our employees, who really deserve all the credit for carrying us through these tough times. They've been fantastic. If they weren't so nimble and capable, I don't know that I would be here with you today. What I will say is that top line point, I think, is has always been our message, that we've encouraged the state to get the money out into the economy as quickly as possible. That money that the federal government provided to the state won't solve all the problems. It won't cure our economic ills. It won't be the only injection of good news and capital into the economy that we need for a solid rebound, but it goes a long way. And then a more personal note, I will tell you the same thing I told you last time we talked, that there's a gap in this stimulus support. Sinclair Oil, by national standards, is a small company. By Wyoming standards, to this point, it's been too big. So it hasn't received any stimulus support. And there are many other companies, like Representative Burkhart mentioned, that fall right into that gap. It's a rather large gap, but we don't see a principled reason to differentiate between companies who are smaller than us and who have been able to receive stimulus support from the federal government and from the state of Wyoming. What I say is, small companies have small expenses, large companies have large expenses. There's a proportionality to it. And I appreciate Representative Burkhart and others identifying that we are, and our colleagues who find themselves in this same position, are reliable and significant employers within the state of Wyoming. If I might just mention a few things to Senator Rothfuss's concerns. I think that I understand the bill just as he does. I think that was the intent, as far as Representative Burkhart and others, when they were drafting the bill. The bill doesn't require that a company suffer a net loss. I would point out that the Paycheck Protection Program doesn't either. And no one in Congress ever suggested that the Paycheck Protection Program should only help those companies who are suffering a net loss. Companies who are suffering a net loss, we see some of them in the bankruptcy courts today, and others are just going to close up and we won't hear from them again. This type of stimulus, it's necessary, it's important, but it's not of the type that can bring a company back from a net loss. Our payroll at the refineries well exceeds the threshold that's listed in the bill. That's just payroll. We have other G&A expense. We have capital investment. Turnarounds cost tens and tens of millions of dollars. We have many other expenses that aren't identified in just a payroll number. And the 1.5 million, although would be a very necessary and welcomed stimulus payment to a company like Sinclair, it doesn't solve all of the ills. The point is it increases liquidity in the market. I will also say that I don't believe that the other programs that have been approved by this committee and moved through the legislature require that a company of a smaller size suffer a net loss in order to receive stimulus. So I don't understand why a company of a larger size would be required to show a net loss. As I said, it just, if you're suffering a net loss because of the problems of this pandemic, this sort of program, as necessary as it is, isn't going to solve the day. And if I could make one more point about a previous comment, I think that Senator Beitman is entirely correct, and it's a very important point that shouldn't be lost on any of us. I was writing to EPA last month related to the benzene standards, an entirely different concept, and I was laying out what Sinclair has faced operationally over the past months, and I said that demand for our product has fallen significantly, and I said in part that's because governments, and of course we operate beyond Wyoming, but governments in Denver, for example, some governments in the state of Utah, governments in Nevada, governments in the Midwest have told people effectively, you don't drive. You're not allowed to leave your homes. And when you do leave your homes to do these few things, you can't do anything else. You can't go visit your family. You're not going on vacation. That's what the government said. So some of the problems that the liquid fuels industry is facing are all directly directly related to government regulation. And I said appropriately so, because in some times and in some earlier times in some places of the country, that was probably the adequate response. But it shouldn't be lost on any of us that some of the drop in demand for our products are a result of government regulation. So I want to thank you all for taking this up. I think it's appropriate. I think it's much needed for companies of our sort. And I thank you for your attention to it. And thank you for having me.
All right, thank you for your comments. Committee, any questions, Mr. Sess? Okay, all right, we'll move on. Ms. Hendrickson, welcome to the Minerals Committee. And if you'll unmute, please introduce yourself to the committee. And you haven't been before us before, but we try to address things through the chair. And if we got any questions or answers, we try to do so in a very civil and productive manner. So please go forward.
Right. Mr. Chairman, I am Amy Hendrickson. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Wool Growers, and one might wonder why I'm testifying today. Most of my comments are not particularly related to the bill before you right now, other than that I would say that just one comment that I would make: in our industry, we also have had a tremendous impact by the COVID situation. And I'll just give this example. The second largest lamb processing plant in the United States was forced into bankruptcy as a direct result of COVID-19. When the first orders to shut down in March happened, the first orders were on March 13. On March 15, trucks were turned away for delivery, and in 2 days later, the bank foreclosed on the plant. And that was a direct result of a 40% loss in the value of the 40% loss in sales in one day. This plant has been, the bankruptcy court has now forced the sale of the plant to a beef processing plant, which means now that 300,000 lambs will not be, have no place to go to be processed. That represents 20% of the lamb processing in the United States. Of that, the majority of that 20% are lambs that come from Wyoming. So you can see that their impact. And the fact of the matter, though, is that most of our producers have not yet sold their lambs and will not until later this year. And so the discussion about the dates is very important, because a lot of the losses were not felt at the time the orders were in place. And at the time the orders took effect, we were experiencing the highest prices that we had, record prices that in the lamb industry, tremendous demand. It happened at the highest point of our demand in the country, which is the Passover and Easter time period. There will be no real recovery from this. I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the committee about the fact that this legislation, this and the other programs do miss a point in the fact that when it comes to losses, there are losses that are directly related to COVID, but they may not have been related at the time at the exact time that the orders went into place. Otherwise, I really don't have much more. It would probably have been more appropriate for me to make my comments at the end of the whole meeting, and I want to be cognizant of your time, Mr. Chairman, the committee's time. But I did think it was important that when we come to these, when you come to making these programs, that you recognize that these issues are ongoing and will be ongoing.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. And I don't, committee, do you have any questions? Representative Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hendrickson, just a question for clarification. And it was my understanding that the Department of Agriculture was taking care of a lot of the issues with the agricultural industry over this. Am I to understand that they really aren't doing what we thought they were doing?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, sorry, Representative Burkhart, yes, for the lamb industry, the way that the CFAP program was designed really did not help our ranchers in Wyoming, in part because you had to have sold lambs between January and April 15th. Well, most of our producers don't sell lambs at that time. They sell lambs in the fall. And then there was a second, and if you did, you got $33 a head for those that were sold. If the other part of it was if your inventory, and it only addressed sheep that were 2 years and younger. So the thing is that between between April 15 and May 15, you could count the inventory of lambs and yearlings that you had on your property. But again, a large number of our producers don't even begin to lamb until after May 15. So they did not have lambs and yearlings on their property. So as one producer said, that the help that they got was very anemic compared to the cattle industry, where there are 20 different categories that you could apply, categories of cattle that you could apply for funding for. So it was a very beneficial program for the cattle industry, but it was not for the sheep industry. Furthermore, there was a wool component. So one of the things that when we talk about the 300,000 lambs that don't go to slaughter, if people go out of business, that also removes our wool. And Wyoming is a leader in the finest wool that produced in the country. And most of our wool goes to the military. But as far as CFAP was concerned, it was your 2019, it was based on your 2019 clip. I may be wrong, I take that back. It was based on your 2019 clip, and you had to have shorn before April 15th. Well, again, a lot of our producers, since they don't lamb until late May, early June, don't shear until May, till late May. So they could not qualify also.
Thank you.
Senator Rothfuss.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hendrickson, does this legislation, would any of this $10 million or potential $10 million address the concerns you're raising? Is there sufficient lost revenue of $1.5 million during these 3-month periods of time that this could be applicable to you and your interests of your organization?
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, the question that I have is this towards a business or an industry? Because as an industry, we can certainly we might be able to qualify. In fact, I would say we probably could qualify, but as an industry, but I don't think there's an individual business that might be able to qualify if that was the requirement.
Mr. Chairman, follow up, and as structured, it's a business, certainly, although potentially that could be changed. I don't know quite how it would work out, but the other programs that we put forward, the business relief programs in our last special session, have those been effective in helping your industry, and has your community been eligible for those, or have they not because of the failure to demonstrate a loss yet, where you indicate that loss would probably be realized, I believe, from what you said, in the fall, if I'm understanding.
Right. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator, for that question. We do have some producers that did participate in Program 1 and did receive some things. I will have to just qualify all of that by saying that these programs do not necessarily help our fundamental issue, which is the loss of infrastructure. This is a huge issue for our industry. We are terribly consolidated. The loss of this lamb plant leaves one major lamb plant available to producers, and it removes all of the the price reporting. There's no mandatory price reporting. There's not because of confidentiality. That affects our ability to insure our livestock, our lambs. It also leaves us subject to whatever price that company would want to pay. In addition, part of the issue is that lamb, you can slaughter lambs, but then you have to fabricate the product. So that means packaging the lamb chops and the lamb ribs and the leg of lamb and things like that. And then you have to find a market. And having lost that plant, that market has also been lost and most likely taken up by the remaining large plant that's there. So while we can offset some of the immediate loss that producers have as a result of the immediate aspect of this, none of this actually solves the issue of the loss of infrastructure that we have. And I don't think that we're the only industry that is losing infrastructure as a result of this as a result of COVID.
Mr. Chairman, one quick final question, if I may, Mr. Chairman, which is, Ms. Hendrickson, when did the plant close, and can you explain a little bit more about how it closed due to COVID? What circumstances of COVID led to the closure of the plant?
So, Mr. Chairman, sorry, Senator Rothfuss, so the plant, in some fairness, there had been some press with the plant by the bank to there. They had never did miss a payment. I will say that they've never missed a payment. They were doing fine. Their business was good. They did find a buyer for the plant, but it was rejected by the bank, and it was rejected by the plant had an agreement for shared infrastructure with another plant across the road. And that plant rejected the offer as well. So then COVID orders hit. That was on the 13th. On the 15th, the trucks that were delivering product were turned away from, and product was not accepted. And so that's a lost sale, correct? And this plant supplied a lot of places throughout the eastern part of the United States. In one day, they lost 40% of their business for that day. And 2 days later, the bank foreclosed. Last week, the bankruptcy judge ordered the sale of the plant to the company that has the shared infrastructure and had rejected the initial offer. And so the fact of the matter is, had it not been for COVID and the turned away trucks, there may have been an effort to continue with the, to find a buyer and to resolve the issue, but the bank acted as a result of the losses incurred due to COVID. And the other aspect of it is that the plant that did buy it will not process lambs. They will process beef only.
Thank you.
So I hope
Thank you, Mr.
that
Chairman.
makes sense.
That helped. Thank you.
All right, committee, any further questions? Okay, well, Ms. Hendrickson, thank you for your testimony. I realize a little bit, not really what this bill is designed for. I understand you've been working with the Ag Committee, who's really been assigned this particular topic. Agriculture is difficult to deal with because of the cyclical nature or the seasonal nature of selling of the product. It is, while I do not speak for the governor's office, it's my understanding that they are trying to prepare a carve out for agriculture, and that lamb and wool, along with malting barley, are probably three, of course, one's one and the same, but anyway, areas that they're looking. So hopefully we can find a solution or something that at least helps. And again, thank you. We appreciate that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. So LSO staff, is there, that's it for, I have on my list for public testimony. So with that, we'll close public testimony. What is the committee's pleasure with respect to the bill? Chairman Anderson.
Move the bill, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, it's been moved by Chairman Anderson, seconded by Senator Coe. Okay. Let me get the bill pulled up here. Sorry, I lost it. Okay. Let's just go ahead and work this then. So we'll go down through it. Page 1. Shouldn't be anything. Page 2. Okay. Page 3. Okay. Page 4. We get to page 5. Okay, page 6. Yeah, Chairman, let me go Chairman Anderson and Representative Burkhart.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment on page 6.
Okay.
Page 6, line 9, line 10, and line 20. On line 9, I would strike out April 2020, May 2020, and June, and leave 2020. So it would read revenues or production in 2020 of not less than 25%. Then on line 20, would strike out April, May, and June and leave 2020. So it would say incurred during 2020, not to exceed the amount.
Okay, so we do the calendar year 2020, is that?
Yes.
Okay, I see a second by Henderson, okay? Any discussion on that? Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I don't think this works, is the concern I would raise. If you wanted to accomplish that and kind of have it work with the expenditure timeline, you'd probably want to say something like through November 1st or something along those lines, because it has to all be expended by December 30th. Providing a little bit of clarity would be helpful. I'm going to vote against it either way, but if you're going to do it, I think doing it in a way that works legally and can be worked out, or maybe by December 1st, that's still putting a little bit of a stretched timeline. So if the chairman may want to consider that as part of the motion to make it effective in his interests, up to him.
So you say you're going to vote no on it either way? Leave it then.
Okay, any further discussion? Yeah, Brian or Mr. Fuller.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I would note by referencing in 2020 is whether there would be potential for, and perhaps the language on lines 12 through 15 cover this, but just to raise this for the committee, is that by saying in 2020, that would include anything before March 15th, 2020, which is when I believe the public health emergency was first declared. So perhaps setting that as the back end date moving forward may similarly accomplish and avoid any potential ambiguity.
Okay. Any, yeah, Chairman Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, to address that issue, they still have to prove that they had a loss in that month in the rest of the bill. So they're not going to prove they have a loss in January, February, and maybe not March. I don't know. I think March would be somewhere in there, but they still have all those things to prove. And the Wyoming Business Council has to write all the rules. So we just give them a generalization.
Representative Crankit, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I have a concern in that if you move the date till after the legislation is dated, you give somebody a chance to change the books after the fact, and that may show a loss. So I would be more inclined to say through the date of the legislation or something, so you have a stop date that's fixed in time.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. The motion before us is to strike the specific 3 months and insert the calendar year 2020. Question being called? Question? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. And I'm counting 1, 2, 3. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, that motion fails. Anything else on page 9? I got Representative Burkhart, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, a question for staff, and I just want to, is clarifying before I do anything. Between paragraph Romanet 5 and Romanet 6, have we made it clear that we are comparing those 3 months in 2019 to the same 3 months in 2020? That it's a direct comparison of those 3 months. I just want to be clear on that.
Mr. Fuller.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burkhart, paragraph 5, before an eligible business can receive a stipend, it must show at least 25%, a 25% decrease in the sales revenue or production for those 3 months. Paragraph 6 specifies that the amount of the stipend is the actual losses that the eligible business incurred in those months of 2020. And that was a change based on basically the CARES Act guidance that we're reimbursing actual losses as a result of the public health emergency.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further on page 6? Okay. Page 7. I had Senator Beitman and Co-Chair Anderson. Yeah, Senator Beitman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Lines 19 through 22, my amendment would be to delete those. Would be paragraph B, dealing with the 90% of the payroll. I'll explain it if I get a second.
Yeah, is there a second? Seconded by Henderson.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. I just think it's not needed, and 3 years is quite a long time. And I think it hurts those companies that are hurting the most, that probably won't take advantage of this program if that's left in there. It'll reward the companies that are on solid footing and are going to be here a while. But 3 years is an eternity in the oil and gas business. We have a landmark election coming up in November that's going to decide the fate of the country and my industry, to be exact, the coal industry, Trona. A lot of things can happen in 3 years, and to maintain that 90% threshold is kind of unrealistic and really ties the hands of these companies that might otherwise take advantage of this program.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Representative Burkhart.
Mr. Chairman, the concept with that paragraph was to keep the businesses here and keep them employed, keep people employed. If you delete the paragraph, a company could accept the money and then literally move its businesses out of Wyoming. Most of the businesses that would be affected by this bill are, in a sense, manufacturing operations. And that was the concept. I mean, we could always lower the percentage to allow for attrition, productivity improvements, that sort of thing. And that, I mean, I've heard the discussion on maintaining that, but the idea was to maintain Wyoming employment at least for 3 years. And that's consistent with some of the bills previously passed on again, in fact, staying in business for 3 years. So that was the concept.
Okay, Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The way I read it, lines 15 through 17 cover the having a nexus in Wyoming. I'm not touching that. All I'm deleting is that the continue maintaining not less than 90% of the eligible gross payroll, and that extends out to 2023. So deleting paragraph B doesn't touch the 3-year nexus above it. Am I mistaken?
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, question being called on the amendment. All those in, you have a question?
No, I'm voting.
All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those opposed? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That amendment carries. Okay. Anything further on page 7? Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Okay, any further discussion or comments on the bill?
Question.
Your office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be a no on the bill for the reasons that I discussed. To me, there's too much opportunity for us to basically be giving $1.5 million to an already profitable company to then become more profitable in the next year. It goes counter to the intent of these dollars, and I think that getting the dollars closer to the people on the ground in the need, most in need, with a fixed pie of money, is essential. I don't see enough protections here that that's what's going to be taking place. You heard the rest of my arguments, so I'll be a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Committee, any further discussion? Okay. This calls for a roll call vote, Mr. Fuller, and so we are voting on 21 LSO 45 version 4 as amended by the committee.
Senator Beitman.
Aye.
Senator Coe.
Aye.
Senator Rothfuss.
No.
Senator Wasserberger.
Aye.
Representative Burkhart.
Aye.
Representative Crank.
Aye.
Representative Duncan.
Aye.
Representative Air.
Aye.
Representative Furphy.
Aye.
Representative Henderson.
Aye.
Representative McGuire.
Aye.
Chairman Anderson.
Aye.
Chairman Greer.
Aye.
The motion carries, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. Okay, I am terribly behind schedule, but why don't we take a 10-minute break? That would get us back at 11:30. 11-minute break. Let's try to get started. We'll take up the severance tax exemption bill.
Chairman Greer, I've got a quick phone call or Zoom or whatever that I've got to take, so I'll be right back in a few minutes.
Okay. We're just going to walk through the bill to begin with, and then we'll take public comment, and then we'll work it if the committee chooses.
Okay, I should be back by then. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Senator. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we're there. I was just waiting for another senator. I didn't want to leave Senator Beitman hanging. Okay, so we'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order. The next topic of our discussion was the severance tax exemption crude oil production bill draft 21 LSO 0046 version 4, which has been posted on the website. This bill was voted on for an LSO bill draft. So this is our first time seeing this full bill. It's somewhat of a familiar format. I think we've had versions of this come through the legislature over the years. I think to begin with, what we will do is we'll have Mr. Fuller kind of walk through that bill. Then we'll take testimony. Like I said, we've got several signed up, and I think we'll take those in opposition first. Looks like we've got, I have to look at my email, but 3 or 4, and then 1 in favor, and then the committee can, we'll go from there, see what we want to do. Mr. Fuller, you want to walk us through this bill?
Mr. Chairman, I can do that. So the bill draft, I will come back to the staff comments after I go through the bill. In summary, this is a bill that would provide an exemption from state severance taxes for certain crude oil production that takes place after the price of the spot price of sweet crude and sour crude reaches a specified point in the bill. So moving to page 2, the changes on lines 26 and 27, and then on page 3, lines 2 and 3 are conforming amendments to reference the exemptions in the tax rate itself. On page 3, line 7, this is the beginning of the language that would provide the exemption, and there are 2 in this bill draft. One is for the production of sweet crude oil. The other is for the production of sour crude oil. So on page 3, line 7, this would exempt sweet crude oil production from 1/2 of the severance tax imposed in A3, so 1%, and then all of the taxes in A4, which is 2%. So 3% of the 6% severance tax would be exempted here. Once the West Texas Intermediate spot price of sweet crude oil reaches $45 or more, and then the exemption would apply for 12 months immediately after the price reaching that specified price. On page 3, line 18, these are the parameters of this exemption. First, paragraph 1, the exemption is not in effect for more than the 12 months immediately after reaching that price. After the 12-month period, the exemption no longer applies and won't apply without a further affirmative action by the legislature. On page 4, line 4, paragraph 2 allows a producer to utilize the exemption for 1 6-month period within the 12-month window that the exemption is available. Paragraph 3 requires a producer to notify the Department of Revenue of its election to claim the exemption at least 14 days before the start of its 6-month period, that it wishes to use the exemption for. Page 4, line 13 requires that before November 1st of each year, the department reports to this committee and the Joint Revenue Interim Committee on the use of this exemption and the associated revenue impacts, and that reporting requirement terminates the year after the 12-month window for the exemption ceases. And then, Mr. Chairman, page 4, line 22 basically repeats the exemption language except for the production of sour crude oil. So the language is nearly identical except for page 5, lines 4 through 7, which provide a different price point for triggering this exception. It would be once the Western Canadian Select spot price for sour crude oil reaches $38 or more per barrel. And then the remaining provisions are identical to those that I've just described. Mr. Chairman, moving on to the staff comments and notes, on page 1, there are just a couple of questions for the committee's consideration. The first being whether the exemptions provided in this bill draft apply to all production of sweet or sour crude oil, or just production from new wells that are drilled during the 12-month period. The next bullet point on page 2 raises the question of whether the bill should specify a time period for the price determination. For example, does the price need to be $45 per barrel for X number of days out of Y days, for example. And then page 6, the bill draft is silent as to whether a producer can utilize both the sweet crude oil or sour crude oil exemptions, or just one of those two exemptions. The bill draft is silent on that question. And then, Mr. Chairman, a couple of additional considerations for the committee that are not listed in the staff comments. The first is that the terms sweet crude and sour crude are not defined in this bill draft. They are not defined within the revenue statutes. So that may be something for the committee to consider doing, whether here or through a rulemaking requirement for the Department of Revenue. And then the last point I would raise, Mr. Chairman, is that I found no other example of a situation where a taxpayer would elect to take an exemption in terms of how the Department of Revenue would administer that exemption. So that's just another point for the committee to consider. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer questions on the bill draft.
Any question? I mean, we'll hopefully have the opportunity to work this, but any questions of Mr. Fuller's? Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fuller, do we have precedent or cases of any other state offering such exemptions?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Duncan, because of the turnaround for the meeting, I have not looked into that question yet, but can do so.
So I can, Representative Duncan and Senator Anderson, Representative Burkhart, and Senator Comey know this as well, but North Dakota has incentives to encourage development. One that comes to mind was to go back in and rework or refrac lines already. That's one that comes to mind. I'm sure there are others out there. I don't attend the Energy Council meetings because my schedule is too full. But those three gentlemen are on that council. Okay. Well, in the interest of moving us forward, what I think we'll do, Representative Burkhart. As soon as I say the interest of moving forward, you raise your hand. Is this like a key?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. A question for staff, and I don't really want a long answer. How would this bill, if it goes forward, mesh with House Bill 243 from the last session, which set ceilings below which new wells would get a partial exemption?
Mr. Chairman, as I believe currently drafted, you know, and I would need to take a look at those numbers again. I think the floor here is, there's a gap between the floor and the ceiling. Yes. Where they would operate separately. So once this, you know, once we get above this point, then this exemption would be triggered. I believe that other one would not, because the floor or that threshold has not been met.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, so, and 243 applied to only newly drilled wells. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Chairman Anderson.
I have a couple of answers for the staff questions. On that page 1, whether it applies to all production or just production from new wells, this bill is for production of oil in the state that has been shut down. And we've got a lot of them shut in. And so it's for all production is what I think. Then on page 6, your question about whether a company could claim for sour and sweet. Sure, they could. They're probably all producing both. And yes, they could claim for both. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so I think in that vein is that we do want to look, if we move the bill forward, is new drilling and new production that's been shut in. I mean, the idea is to stimulate the deployment of capital in Wyoming and put our Wyoming service guys and gals to work, and also stimulate Wyoming employment. So we'll have the opportunity after we take public comment committee to hash those out and do what we do. So, okay. All right, any further questions of Mr. Fuller right now? So what I've got, I see here, I've got a list of some folks that have signed up to comment in opposition. I've got Monica Leiniger, Larry Wolf, and Steph Kessler. I see that Monica and Larry are in the waiting room. Why don't we bring them in? And then if Steph joins us, we'll bring her in as well, but I don't see her in the waiting room. So we're getting them in. And I think Mr. Wolf had sent, we just got it, just a copy of the oil pricing, which was emailed to us. If you look at your email, you might be able to find that for reference. So I'm going to go with Monica Leiniger first. If she always takes a minute for everything to warm up. There she is. Okay. If you want to go first, before, but please introduce yourself and who you represent, and how about it?
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Monica Leiniger, representing Powder River Basin Resource Council and our members. I'm coming today to you from my kitchen, so thank you so much for the opportunity to speak in front of you on this very important issue for Wyoming. So several times before, our organization has came in front of this committee and other committees warning that tax exemptions for oil and gas do not raise revenue or generate employment. Factors outside of the control of the Wyoming legislature, such as geology, international commodity prices, availability of infrastructure, access to markets, those are all the determining factors of whether a well gets drilled or not. Recently, Don Richards presented to the Appropriations Committee about how our budget deficit is real and serious. Our budget deficit grows by the day, 14 million a week, 62 million a month. And in these looming challenges, I don't think we can afford this current cut to, a revenue structure that's bringing money to our state. And I also don't believe that these tax breaks will benefit our communities and the individuals across Wyoming who are struggling right now. I also want to note that the oil and gas industry has already received help to address any coronavirus-related impacts. The Department of Interior has granted royalty relief for almost 300 leases in Wyoming. That's far more than our surrounding states. So the count is 297 for Wyoming, 54 for North Dakota, 5 for Colorado, 4 for Montana, and that's a royalty relief going from 12.5% to 0.5%, a historic low. So that really concerns me, as I know severance taxes and royalties make up the majority, if not all, of our budget reserve account. I also want to note that the oil and gas industry has received large amounts of money from paycheck protection loan programs. This past spring, the Wyoming Oil and Gas Commission reduced the state conservation tax to a historic low of 0%. This past March, I was there with you all as you passed a new oil and gas tax exemption for new wells. And we already have existing tax exemptions for stripper wells, shut-in and recompletion wells, flared and vented gas. In my opinion, we should wait to see if these past tax exemptions and the royalty relief pays off for the industry and for the state. Although in my personal opinion, I don't believe that any state policy choice can impact the volatility of the oil and gas industry. And personally, Mr. Chairman, as a Wyoming taxpayer, I'm very concerned about the future of our state. I wonder, how can we continue to provide tax exemptions for one of the few industries that's bringing money into our state coffers? I wonder how we can do this when we're approaching a cliff in terms of being able to operate as a state, provide jobs, services, education, and surety of our future. And I know that the real solution is a broader conversation and leadership about transitioning away from our over-reliance on the mineral industry and creating a modern and just tax code. But until then, until we have that conversation and make those changes, this bill should not be a priority. At this point, I've expressed my opposition, but if the committee chooses to move forward, I hope that you consider the following points. I don't think the committee should move forward until LSO can provide a fiscal note that gives us an idea of the impact to our state funds. I think the sideboards on this bill are better than ones I've seen in the past, but I also think shorter time periods for qualifying exemptions might be more representative of the volatility of the market. Sunset dates are always a great idea to evaluate the efficacy of the policy. And whether it's working for us. And I had a question, and it sounds like there was a LSO question about it, about the trigger for this bill, if it's after it hits 45 and then consecutively after that, or just 45 for 6 or 12 consecutive months, but it sounds like that's further fleshed out. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say how proud I am to be from Wyoming, to live here and have this opportunity to access my government, even during a pandemic. And I hope you can understand my concern as we continue to revisit this policy concept that has never proven to work for Wyoming. These are non-renewable resources. We only have one chance to get a return on them, not just for us, but for future generations as well. So with that, I'll ask the committee to oppose the bill. I'll stand for any questions. And once again, thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, well, thank you. We could hear you, but your microphone was a little scratchy throughout. And I made sure everybody else was muted. So just to give you a heads up on that. So committee, any questions? Any questions? Okay, we'll see. Now, again, we appreciate your comments. And so up next, I still don't see stuff in. So Mr. Wolf, I had you next on my list, and that's how I'm going, is I just down through my list. So I need to get you unmuted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There you go. Okay, we got you. Thank you. Please introduce yourself. And
my name is Larry Wolf. I've filed 4 pages of comments with you. I've spent most of a career working with the Wyoming legislature on a wide variety of issues. I'm retired now, and so you don't see my smiling face around the Capitol very much. But I do follow these issues, and particularly I follow tax issues very carefully. I'm very interested in Wyoming tax policy and policy related to a range of conservation, environmental, and fiscal issues. I'm a little lost to know what I should say, because The
I'm
bill,
sorry to interrupt, but Representative Trent, did you have a question? And I'm afraid he's got a low band.
Feet all over the place.
What? Yeah, go ahead, Representative Crank. What's that?
I can't hear him. I'm getting back feed of another conversation or something coming through.
Okay, so I'm hearing Mr. Wolf just fine. Anybody else having problems? Can everybody hear Mr. Wolf? Give me a thumbs up if you can. Okay, Representative Crank, can you maybe log out and log back in? Can we do that? And then staff let him back in? Okay, let's try that. So Larry, sorry to interrupt you, but with the new all this technology stuff, I'm trying to deal with that. Sorry.
Chairman.
Oh, well, Representative Bear.
Yes, I'm having the same problem. I've got a double feed coming in here somewhere.
well, you may need to close off the, if you're looking at the
Mr. Wolf,
YouTube.
do you have the YouTube video up?
No, I closed it down when Monica started talking.
Okay. LSO, any help? No one's got the YouTube video running, right? And of course, everybody's muted.
I'm good now.
Is it all right now, Representative Crank? Okay. Representative Bear? All right. Again, my apologies, Larry. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Well, just to I mean, I filed a number of comments, but your committee needs to decide what you want to do with this bill. I mean, you obviously can't pass the bill as currently written because the fiscal impact would be horrendous. You know, tens of millions of dollars. The state of Wyoming is destitute. You don't have that money. So then the question is, what do you want to do? Well, I have heard that you want to cover new wells and wells that are currently shut in and could come back. Well, then you're going to have to craft the bill specifically to do that. What you're trying to do is to do business development, economic development using the tax code. And the tax code, at least this part of the tax code, isn't designed to do that. That's not really its purpose. Its purpose is to generate as much money as possible to keep the state of Wyoming solvent. So if you're going to draft a bill like this and realize that you visited all these issues just a few months ago when you passed the bill in 2020, you ought to write a much more carefully written bill. And there are lots of different ways to think about that. I mean, you could give outright, grants or loans to oil and gas companies, for instance. You could buy up the properties and lease them back at favorable rates. You could use your business council to accomplish all sorts of objectives that you seem to want, but tinkering with the tax code in this way requires a lot of thought. Otherwise, you're going to cost the state, millions of dollars, and you're going to give the oil companies this ability to try to use the bill from 2020 and then this bill and figure out how they might benefit from it. But the main point is this, that how all these other states tax and what exemptions they grant. And I tell you this from working on this for 30 years. I represented the oil and gas industry. I went to the Supreme Court for them, probably 10 times. I've represented the coal industry and the trucking industry, all in tax matters just like this. And you just have to be very careful. It's as simple as these issues about sweet and sour crude, which the statutes don't deal with at all. And so you got to address that in your bill. But I would urge you to think that this bill needs a tremendous amount more thought before you should go forward with it. And you shouldn't have your committee wrap your arms around it so that you can go talk during the election season to the oil and gas company that you've tried to do something, when in fact, you really haven't grasped and grappled with the very difficult nature of what you think you want to accomplish, because I don't think you have a very clear idea of what you accomplish. So I encourage you to read my comments. They're very direct, but these are extraordinary times, and you can't act like this is 2008. We, the state, you don't have money to give out to any industry, oil industry, any industry, in the same way that you might have any number of years ago. And you can't cap severance taxes because you're going to deprive the state of a whole bunch of potential revenue if you do that. And it's something that we, frankly, as a state, have never done. So I would encourage you to, have your discussion, think about these issues, give some more direction to your LSO staff, but don't embrace this bill because it is nowhere near ready for serious consideration, really, by this committee again or by the full legislature. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good, thank you. Any questions for? Okay, any questions? Okay. Stephanie, there. Okay, I see your photograph. Are you able to join us?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm here, but my apologies. My rural internet does not allow me to do much video.
I'm going to guess that you're somewhere more comfortable or enjoyable or scenic than we are, and you just don't want to show us.
No, unfortunately, I'm just stuck in one of my kids' bedroom as a home office.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee, for this opportunity to speak to you about this bill, and appreciate the conversation and the work that you do for Wyoming. I'm here representing the Wyoming Outdoor Council. We're opposed to this bill simply because we don't see that it makes any sense for Wyoming's future economic and budgetary health. Oil is the one possible bright light we have for the state regarding a stronger and recovering market and to help generate revenue for our state budget. And we need every penny of these severance taxes, as you've heard from earlier testimony here. The bill is really confusing and presents a lot of uncertainty as well. And I just raise some of those points. Some have been emphasized by your own LSO staff, but it's unclear to us whether the 12-month window for this exemption can be re-triggered over and over again if the price goes above $45 and then dips below and then rises again. If we could have almost a set of rolling 12-month windows for this exemption. It's certainly been talked about whether this is for new development and new wells that are drilled or existing. And we agree there's already in the statute under paragraph H, a 5-year tax break for shut-in wells. And so if this is for new development and to attract that, it's really hard for us to see that that's going to happen or accomplish that goal, given that our prices are getting pretty close already to $45 WTI, yeah. And if this has to happen within 12 months, it's a quick decision for some new development to start taking place in our state by some corporations. So overall, we don't see that this is going to deliver, and it's just very confusing. And I will note that in the bill we just passed last session that was referenced, HB 254, was it 243? The fiscal note on that bill was a loss of $12 million a year to state revenues. So we agree with the points that right now we need the revenue from a rising oil market, and now is not the time to diminish that opportunity for the state. And that's about it.
Okay, well, thank you. Any questions for Steph? Ms. Kessler, sorry. Committee, any questions? Okay, well, we appreciate those comments. And so we'll move on to those in support, which we've got one person waiting, Mr. Obermuller. We can let him in. Okay, yeah, Mr. Obermuller.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Wasn't let in until, and the YouTube delay causes quite a delay without being let in sooner. So can you hear me okay?
We can. I can.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry I failed to hear the end of Ms. Kessler's testimony there. If there are any questions, you can help me catch up. So, Mr. Chairman, it's Pete Obermuller, President of the Petroleum Association of Wyoming. Appreciate being here. Thanks to the committee for the time. I don't intend, Mr. Chairman, to monopolize your time in the way that I did back in your last meeting. I really appreciated that, and all of that testimony from back then still stands with respect to what we believe is the right approach for an energy strategy, including regulatory certainty, but also making sure that Wyoming is competitive moving forward. So the only thing that is different, Mr. Chairman, is that I think when we were talking at your last meeting, Wyoming still had, I think, 4 rigs drilling for oil. That's no longer true. So, I'm very appreciative, glad that my friends at the Wyoming Outdoor Council consider oil to be a bright spot. I'm appreciative of that sentiment, but right now it's not that bright. And I think that that you all know that, and most people in Wyoming know that. The data is a little bit hard to follow because it's somewhat delayed. I haven't seen this week's rig report, but at my last look, there was 1 rig that was drilling for gas in Sweetwater County. And other than that, there were no oil rigs in the state of Wyoming. And we may have dipped to 0 briefly for all rigs here in the last couple of weeks. It's a little bit of issue with semantics, Mr. Chairman, but if we stopped drilling for oil at all at some point, that, as you know, would be the first time since 1884 that Wyoming has not had a rig drilling for oil. So the fiscal difficulties that the state is facing that Mr. Richards presented and that has been discussed in previous testimony, that is very, very real. And it's because we don't have rigs running, and because we have shut-in wells. So the question before you today, and the question that this bill tries to address, is how do we overcome that by bringing rigs back and by putting production back online, so that revenue from the highest revenue sources in the state of Wyoming come back and begin to fill the coffers again. So, Mr. Chairman, just I want to make a couple points about that, and then I want to shift gears to bear with me for 1 second, Mr. Chairman. I want to just mention with respect to the revenue side. So first of all, when we talk about the fiscal impact being horrendous, that requires you to believe, it requires you to make a choice about the policy impact of this bill and what it's trying to accomplish. So if you believe that that rigs will come back regardless, then the fiscal impact is could be construed to be high. But what the policy question that this bill is trying to tackle is that they won't come back or they won't come back with any sort of speed or efficiency without it. And then you start to be able to talk about what about all of the other revenue sources that or taxes that oil and gas pays when a rig comes back. So yes, there is a brief window where severance tax payments would be reduced, a 6-month window at 3%, which, Mr. Chairman, I will say is that's a very good amount, and we really appreciate that. I want to make sure that you know how much we appreciate that. But if we start talking about bringing 1, 2, 3, 5 rigs back over the course of this time as a result of the bill, we're not just talking about severance anymore, we're talking about property. So, Mr. Chairman, oil and gas on the severance side pays about 66% of all the severance taxes in Wyoming. Almost 60% of that is oil. But also on property taxes, oil and gas pays nearly 41% of all property taxes in Wyoming. This bill doesn't touch property taxes. You bring a rig back where you're currently making 0 in severance and 0 in property, and take a 6-month haircut on severance, you're getting all of property for a rig that previously wasn't here. So it's just much larger than just staying narrowly focused on the argument of whether on a dollar for dollar on the severance side. Mr. Chairman, I want to shift gears though, because I think this bill and what I like about this bill and my members like about this bill that I think is important is less about the revenue and more about the jobs involved. And that's where it's a little bit more difficult to quantify about how important it is to bring rigs back. So I think I mentioned back in our last meeting that just in terms of direct jobs for having a rig up and running in Wyoming, it's about 100, a little bit more than 100 jobs directly for having that rig. But that doesn't even tell the whole picture, because that doesn't include all of the other ancillary jobs that come with having a robust drilling program in Wyoming. And I just want to that extent, there's lots of those, but I want to mention just one that we don't often talk about, and we probably should talk about a lot more, which is the midstream portion of oil and gas, the pipelines, the gas gathering, and those sorts. In Wyoming, the midstream portion of Wyoming's oil and gas industry supports just shy of 10,000 jobs. And it brings in just over 600 million in GDP for the state of Wyoming. Those are the people that, of course, are transporting our fuel to the places that need it. And if we're not having a robust and continued drilling program, it's midstream that is hurt every bit as much as upstream oil and gas. And so you start talking about midstream jobs, you start talking about the downstream jobs in refining and otherwise, and that per rig number in terms of jobs grows and grows. What does that bring? That brings, of course, healthy communities in contrast to previous testimony, and that brings additional tax revenue. So, Mr. Chairman, lastly, on the revenue side, I think there's a lot of talk about how, of course, and this is true, it's because of the geology. When we drill these reservoirs now under modern techniques, we produce a lot initially and it declines. That's true. However, please understand that the initial production and the initial revenue from that only makes up just about 1/3 of total production and total revenue. So you spread it out over time, yes, and it's high at first, but as those wells continue to produce product and revenue for Wyoming, it is long-term and it's sustained. And so a short-term sunsetted program like this makes a great deal of sense. So with those general comments, I just have 2 quick things for you, Mr. Chairman, about the bill itself. Number one, there's some reasonable questions about the difference between sour and or heavy sour and light sweet. Just for the committee's edification, we can those things can be determined if the committee wanted to go that way, and if you wanted it to be available to one or the other, or simply if you wanted to use the price point for sour, you may have to prove that you are producing sour. those are known quantities. The heavy part is the API gravity. The sour part is the H2S content, and those are known quantities. And so a line could be drawn if you wanted to have one versus the other. The bill doesn't do it, and we could do it. Is the point. The second one, Mr. Chairman, is the issue of again, we think the bill is good and really appreciate it. We would prefer that gas also be included. Just a few short months ago, all the discussion during the session was about the dire straits that Wyoming's gas industry is in. Nothing has changed there. And in that bill, at that time, oil was doing fine, and legislature chose to include oil. We would prefer that gas be included, and could be included with a similar strike price of around $3.15, $3.20 would be around Henry Hub, would be around a break-even price that would be beneficial to gas in the same way. Part of that, Mr. Chairman, is the difficulty in definitions of what is an oil well and what is a gas well. Many gas wells produce appreciable amounts of liquid fuels, but they're defined by the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission as being a gas well. So if you are defined as drilling a gas well, and yet 30% or more of your revenue from that well is coming from the liquids, then we're not certain that that bill or that well would qualify under the bill. And we prefer that that we deal with those definitions and allow for all sources to be involved. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I think you and I have discussed this over and over again. The $45 strike price on WTI is an attempt at a break-even price for oil. And I think that's fair. In testimony many moons ago before this committee, I think I talked about a pretty helpful study about break-even price in the Powder River Basin. And it's extraordinarily difficult depending on what you compare it to. If it's on a per well basis, the range is extraordinary on what break-even is. Per company, it's a little bit more narrow. Per basin, it's a little bit more narrow, but it's vast. And $45 was an attempt at that, which we appreciate. I think we would prefer $40 and then move WCS down in commensurate. And those were the three changes that we would appreciate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Over. Any questions, committee? Senator Henko.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Obermuller, the differential we show in the bill is obviously 45 for sweet and 38 for sour, and living up here in sour country. I've always felt and heard that the price differential was significantly greater than that. Can you talk about the price differential between sweet crude and sour crude?
Mr. Obermuller?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Coe, I appreciate that. It's there has been a lot of talk as we've discussed these types of bills for the past few sessions that WCS and WTI kind of track together. And while that is, I guess, sort of generally true, it's not true in the sense of they don't track perfectly. In fact, they can be wildly off. And I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but I can tell you that the current Mr. Chairman, hold on one second. The current differential between Wyoming sour and WTI is about $6.10. And the differential between Wyoming sweet and WTI is $4.80. So, just shy of $2 right now. But it can be significantly different. Just a year ago, that was wildly different, more than $15 differential at that time. So on a month-to-month basis, those can really, really shift. And really, I think what I like about having the WCS in there is that it accounts for what is a wildly different market and product and well economics between places like the Oregon Basin, where you are, Senator Coe, and over in the Powder River Basin, where Senator Beitman and others are. So I think recognizing those two price points, while it makes the bill slightly more complicated and we'll have to spend some time explaining it, is more fair.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Obermuller? Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Obermuller, we heard in the testimony prior to yours some consternation about using tax policy as economic development. I believe tax policy does have economic implications, good or bad. We can be trending in the right direction with lower rates, or we can be trending in the wrong direction with higher rates and more regulations. Could you explain to those out there who are listening what the implications of tax policy are and how that drives capital outlays in different states and how different states compete for those investment dollars?
Mr. Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Beitman, appreciate the question. Yeah, you know, I really hate being a broken record on this because we seem to have the same argument over and over again, and it's troubling in a way. But really, the point is that when a company is evaluating where to deploy capital, they have many, many things in front of them to look at to decide. And what some have tried to argue is that that somehow taxes don't factor into that equation at all. I'm not trying to participate in any sort of hyperbole that taxes are the number one thing. They are part of a broad perspective in terms of where to deploy capital. So number one, of course, is do you have the resource? Wyoming has the resource. But what's really different, I think, about now and 20 years ago when that study that continues to be brought up comes into play is that, first of all, that was before the Bakken took off. That was before the shale revolution. That's when we were doing just conventional vertical wells. The study really doesn't, it really has no bearing anymore as to what decisions are made. These wells are now $13 million plus to drill. So yes, we have the resource, but so do others. So that's number one. Number two, yes, is price. And this is the interesting, and I will admit somewhat confusing for my members, but the interesting attempt with this bill is a sort of a reverse trigger, where the bill is trying to say, we're recognizing that if price is too low, company is not going to come back anyway. So we're going to set it at maybe a break even to get a company over the hump to choose Wyoming over North Dakota, choose Wyoming over New Mexico. That's an interesting concept, and I'm hopeful that it really works. So it recognizes that price is important, but after that, there are controllable things for the state of Wyoming. There's effective engagement with our federal partners that, as you know, Senator Beitman, causes significant difficulties for us. There's our tax policy, which, as I testified in the last meeting, is significantly higher than our competitor states, double Colorado, almost triple New Mexico. So yeah, if you're just looking at tax policy in a vacuum, maybe that's unfair, but we have all of these other things that make us more expensive, and what we have control over is taxes. So I think you hit on that point.
Any further questions, committee? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Mr. Obermuller, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's all I've got. I'm going to close out public testimony. We'll go back to the committee. Okay. Mr. Fuller.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify one point based on a question Representative Burkhart asked regarding House Bill 243 from the 2020 session. And there actually is, I neglected the amendments, there is an overlap between those two price points. That bill set the price for that exemption at $50. So anything below $50 for that rolling 12-month average would qualify for that exemption. Here, the price that's currently set for WTI is $45 per barrel. So just wanted to highlight that for the committee.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so what is the committee's pleasure? I'm going to take us through the lunch hour. Sorry, I got behind. So what is the committee's pleasure?
Move the bill.
Okay, is that Representative Burkhart, seconded by Senator Coe? Okay, I think with the staff comments, other than sort of the definition issue on sweet versus sour, they're mainly held in or identified by the staff comments. So Representative Burkhart, you have a question?
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to address the issue of sweet versus sour.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, generally the accepted definition is any oil with less than 0.5% sulfur content is considered sweet. Any with 1.5 or more is considered sour. And I think that's a standard industry definition. And I think if we need a definition, we can go with that.
So while we're on that topic, I actually thought that this might be better because we're going to have to put in a provision for Department of Revenue, if this bill moves out of this committee, to be able to administer this particular incentive program, and then maybe also direct them to go ahead and in rulemaking do that rule. And that would give a little more opportunity to get that done correctly. That was all. And they may be able to deal with that condensate issue, although I don't know how that seems to be an ongoing issue. So, okay. Yeah, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering, have we had any input from the folks in the the Energy Authority with regard to their view on this? I know it's early. Be interested in knowing what their perspective might be if this were to move forward.
So I can speak to that to this degree, as no, we have not. However, the Energy Authority is right in the middle of bringing in their new director and setting forth their vision and policy. So I have not heard anything. Senator Anderson, have you heard anything from them?
I've heard from an individual, but not from the organization, no.
Yeah, okay. That's kind of the same way with me. Okay, well, why don't we do this? Let's go ahead and take the bill. And on page 1, we've got the already a staff comment and an issue that we may need to deal with. And Brian, how's best to do this? Should we go ahead and just tackle these 2 staff comments and have those amendments go in where appropriate?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's entirely up to the committee in what order it wants to take it. I think for at least for that first bullet point, I would probably use some discretion in terms of just where that fits in the, depending on what the committee decides where that would fit in the bill draft.
That's kind of what I thought. So committee, that first bullet point is, then again, I guess the chair would entertain a motion to amend that it would apply to new wells and new production that has been previously shut in. That's as subtle as I can get. Chairman Anderson?
Mr. Chairman, I think as written, it does that. It says for the production of crude oil as specified. I'm not sure. I guess that just goes back to the specification is sweet or sour, but I think it's already says all production, whether it's new or previous production. So I don't know where we need to put that. I can't figure out where we'd put it that would define that better.
So my concern with all production is that if this is to be an economic stimulus, if there are wells or runs currently, holes are currently producing right now, what we're trying to do is stimulate deployment of capital. So it should be, in my mind, it should be a new well or to bring production that's been shut in back online. That's my thought on that. And I guess, Brian, if you could answer Senator Anderson's, Chairman Anderson's question.
Mr. Chairman, at least the way it's drafted, I believe it would apply to all production, regardless of the status of the well, whether it was shut in, whether it's new, currently producing. What that should be in the bill in terms of to what production the exemption should apply is a matter for the committee to decide.
Representative Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with your comment. That's what I'd like to see is language that says either shut in or new production is what this applies to. So I would make that a motion.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Duncan. Okay, any further discussion? Chairman Anderson, then Representative.
Where does that go? Is that on line 2 after 4D? Is that where we're putting shut in or new production? Is that the
I think
definition?
we need to give LSO a little discretion where that might go, but Brian, can you answer that?
Mr. Chairman, just kind of on the fly here, you know, one suggestion would be to add a new paragraph. It could be added page 4 after line 2, and then an identical paragraph on page 5 after line 16, and could read something like the exemption under this subsection shall apply only to production from new wells drilled during the period in which the exemption is in effect, and to the renewed production from previously shut-in wells that are reactivated during the period in which the exemption is in effect.
Okay. So I had Representative Burkhart, then Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on the new wells, that's an easy one. I mean, obviously they're drilled or they're not. So if they're drilled, they're new. Shut-in wells, I think we need to put some sort of criteria there. I wouldn't want a company shutting in a well for one day and then claim the exemption. I think we're talking about wells that have been shut in for a period of time, probably since the COVID orders went into place, or wells that have been shut in since then and have been shut in for a period of time. And I'm not sure I know what that period of time should be. I'm thinking 2 to 3 months.
Well, so, and I'll go to Senator Rothfuss and Senator Anderson, but I mean, we just heard testimony today, there's not a oil rig in the state.
Right.
Shut in as of July, whatever, but July 28th or something. But Senator Rothfuss, and then I'll go Chairman Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. My concern was similar to Representative Burkhart's, that I don't think we'd want to provide an incentive to shut in a well for a period of time. And I think we need to put some thought into that if that's the language that the committee wants to go with moving forward. New drilling is obviously a little bit more clear with regard to ensuring that we're incentivizing new capital. You know, I'm not a fan of this approach in any way, but if we are going to do it, I think at the very least we should be doing it in such a way that it is based on deployment of capital. So anything that moves us in that direction would be more positive than not. Thank you.
Yep. Chairman Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, that definition of a shut-in well, we should leave that to the Wyoming Oil and Gas Commission. The producer applies to shut in his well with the Wyoming Oil and Gas Commission, and they know exactly when it's shut in and exactly when it's brought back up. And I think whoever's going to administer this is going to have to use the Wyoming Oil and Gas Commission of what a shut-in well is. A well shut down for 1 day or 1 week is not a shut-in well. It won't meet the definition.
That's a good point. Okay, let me get Brian Fuller's comments to Senator Rothfuss and Representative McGuire.
Mr. Chairman, if the committee uses the specific term previously shut in well, that is already defined in the definitions for these taxes. And it means a well from which crude oil previously has been produced Enfimerich, no production has occurred for at least the 2 consecutive years prior to January 1, 1995. Obviously, that date wouldn't necessarily work in this situation, but that is at least a defined term, perhaps as a starting point for the committee.
Okay, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I absolutely agree with Co-Chairman Anderson on the fact that the OGCC's definition and their acknowledgement of whether something is shut in or not is going to be what we go to, and I wasn't concerned about that. I was concerned more about something similar to what Mr. Fuller just said, which is that we should have some type of date certain so that there's no possibility of, all right, well, I'm going to file, seeing this legislation, I'm going to file to shut in this well for some period of time, get that approved, and then start producing it. That could be an incredibly lucrative choice to make under certain circumstances. And I think it's just more prudent for us to say a date certain on when that would be applicable, which is similar to what was apparently done in the past, although maybe 1994 isn't the right choice.
Okay, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would push back a little bit and go back towards what the original intent of this was, and that is to keep the oil and gas industry on its feet and moving in a forward direction. And honestly, right now, if you have a well that's officially registered with the Oil and Gas Commission as being shut in, there's little, if any, hope that it's going to come back online in the next year or two. I mean, if it's been shut in, it's because there are major amounts of capital that have to be expended to bring that well back online. And what we're doing is we are making this extraordinarily complicated for a tax break that is not going to be, it's not going to have that much effect for the current producers. And we're looking at people who, again, have got issues with pipeline, and they've got issues with rail cars, and there are just a multitude of issues out there. I would push back and say that we should just keep it simple and just make it for all crude oil and move forward from there. And then if there's a problem between the time that this bill may be passed and when we go into session this coming winter, well, we can fix it. It's not going to be out there for that long, but for right now, it's just not going to have that much effect, and we need to give them every bit of incentive that we possibly can to save the business that we are going to have here in Wyoming, and to get those companies to expend capital here in Wyoming, as opposed to other very friendly states like North Dakota, New Mexico, Texas, which, as you know, are competed for their business. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Coe.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just to follow up on what Representative McGuire talked about, I agree with him. Up here in my country, of this big field that we all know about, their single biggest expense is electricity. And it is a huge, huge number for them. So I think the bill should affect all oil production, particularly the ones that are online right now that are marginal. I mean, they're shutting wells in everywhere up here. And I want to try to do anything I can to slow that down. And so let's leave it the way it is and have it be for all oil. So I support Representative McGuire and his comments.
Okay, so committee, we got a motion before us. Representative Furphy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, part of the reason for that motion is the public is out there saying, wow, you're giving tax breaks to big corporations. And I think we can argue with this amendment that no, we're working on trying to stimulate the economy and create jobs. So that's why I think to define it this way in the motion makes sense so the public understands what's going on. Thank you.
Okay, good comments. Okay, so we have a motion before us, which is Representative Burkhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there's been quite a bit of discussion. Could I have the motion repeated, please?
That's what I was attempting to do. I was trying to move us along, but you always raise your hand while I try to move us along. So we do have a motion before us. The motion is for new production and for shut-in wells that have been brought online, new production from shut-in wells. That's the motion before us. We've discussed it pretty well. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, then the question. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That motion barely passes. I'm sure will be a point of discussion down the road. Okay. Let's move on. The next issue then is this this $45, and this would apply to the $38. And I think LSO staff had referenced maybe it's where it achieves that for 10 days out of a 20-day period or 5 days out of a 10-day period, but it should not be a spike. It should be showing some sort of trend, or at least that's the discussion. What's the committee's pleasure on that? Representative Burkhardt and then Crank.
Mr. Chairman, I would offer an amendment there that the price be above $45, averaging over the 30 immediate days prior to the application.
An average price over 30 days.
Average price over 30 days of $45. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that's seconded by Crank. Representative Burkhardt, before we go to discussion, would that apply for the sour crude price of 38?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I would amend it to apply to both of those.
Okay, everybody understand the amendment? Discussion? Second's good with it. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of that amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's unanimous. 13. Okay. Okay, so that's through those. It's sorry to do it that way, but I thought those were two important issues. So we're on page 2.
Mr. Chairman, there's one more issue there that the staff brought up.
Is there?
Yeah, on page 6, they were asking whether to if a producer of crude oil can qualify for both exemptions for sweet and sour. And I'm saying, yes, he can. He could be producing in two different locations. He should be able to qualify for that. And I don't think we need to write that in here. It is already that way.
Okay. I'm not disagreeing. Mr. Fuller, I may ask you just if, with a staff comment meant there was a question by staff, and can you articulate the question to us a little better?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, as currently drafted, I mean, the bill is silent in terms of whether a producer could utilize one or both. I think that silence suggests that a producer could utilize both in the absence of some prohibition to the contrary. It was simply just a highlight for the committee to consider as it works this bill.
Okay. Any further discussion on that point? I think we, Senator Beitman, did you raise your hand?
I thought we were moving off of page 3. I have an amendment for page 3, but not to that point.
Okay, let's jump back up to page 2. Okay, I think we've got the major staff comments. We've got a couple other issues with rulemaking that we need to deal with, but we'll do those at the end. Okay, so on page 2, any comments, amendments? Okay, and then page 3, Senator Beitman, you had something?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to move an amendment on page 3, line 15, or actually 13, and change the price from $45 to $40 WTI. And then I'll have a corresponding amendment on the sour crude to make that $33 on whatever page that's on. But we can address them together or separately. It's up to you, Mr. Chairman.
I think together. Is there a second for that amendment? So seconded by Co. Okay. Then go ahead, Senator Beitman, explain your amendment.
Just real brief. I think the break-even point is closer to $40 in my neck of the woods, and especially the sour over in Senator Coe's neck of the woods. $33 would be a lot more realistic. So I think if we're going to make an impact immediately, I think we can start the clock on it now with regard to the sweet crude.
Okay. Any further discussion? I'm going to urge a no vote. And the reason why I'm going to urge a no vote on this is that we've already been bouncing around the $40 price. And we're not seeing, and what we're seeing is still more shut-ins and things shutting down. I don't believe that number is at 40. It might be at 40 for some producers. And again, this is an incentive. And as Representative Furphy said, we're trying to, we want this to be an incentive. We want this for people to deploy capital. I have spoken with one of the larger producers of sour crude, and they were satisfied with the $38 number. I have not talked to any other producers on the sweet crude component of it. So I would as soon have that gap in something that strives. So when the market changes and they're making those decisions where to deploy capital, that's what I'm looking at with this bill. So any further discussion? Okay, none. So the amendment against Senator Beitman was 40 and 33. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that amendment fails. Okay, anything else on page 3? Page 4. Okay, page 5. And I will note there was a question I think Steph had raised it about, could this be a rolling type of deal? And it just says for one 12-month period only in this. So it really is a one-time incentive, just to make that clear. Okay, so then page 6.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. On page 6, I'd like to offer an amendment. I guess it would belong at line 13. Insert a subsection R, and then let's include natural gas and set the price at $3.20 per million cubic feet based on the Henry Hub price, and include the same qualifying language as the other two previous sweet and sour crude had with the Romanettes 1, 2, and 3 conforming language.
Okay, so that's seconded by, I had Anderson up first. Chairman Anderson.
Was it at 320? Is that what you said? Or 320? Okay.
Okay, any discussion on that? So basically we're including this incentive for gas as well.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Senator Anderson.
We may have to change the first paragraph. Our first paragraph says for the production of oil as specified. So maybe the LSO can just fix that with oil and natural gas.
Yeah, I think Senator Beitman, your motion meant to all conforming language. Is that correct?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did.
Representative Burkhart.
Mr. Chairman, I would offer an amendment to that one of lowering that price to 250,000 cubic feet. And the main reason is all the projections I see do not see natural gas getting above $3 for anywhere in the foreseeable future. Some have said 250 maybe within 5 years. It's hanging right around $1.75 right now. So I would think at any price over 350, you'll never see a benefit to the producers from the bill. So I would offer an amendment to lower that at least to 250.
Okay, so we're in discussion with amendment to the amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Senator Beitman. Mr. Fuller.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to note that in House Bill 243, that threshold for the new production of natural gas was $2.95 per MCF.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, then I would modify it and make it $3. If that's okay with the second.
Okay. Well, I'm more comfortable at $3 than I was at 250 with. I'm still going to vote no for the same reasons of the incentive nature of this, but okay. Any further discussion? Okay, so I guess we could make that a friendly amendment. So that was Senator Beitman and Representative Henderson. Instead of $3.20, it's $3. Is that, can I get a thumbs up? Okay, so then we can vote on the amendment, which is to include natural gas at $3. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of that amendment, raise your hand. Those opposed? Okay, 7-2. Okay. Moving on, committee, I think we need a section. So it'd be a new section 2 to authorize the Department of Revenue, direct the Department of Revenue to promulgate rules to administer the program, and also to define, if we want to leave it to rulemaking, the difference between the sweet and sour crude.
So move.
Okay, so that's moved by Henderson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Chairman Anderson. Any discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, that is a unanimous vote. Okay. Committee, any further amendments? Any further discussion on the bill?
Question.
Question being called. This will be a roll call vote. It will be on 21 LSO 0046 version 4, crude oil, and now natural gas production tax exemptions.
Senator Beitman.
Aye.
Senator Coe. Aye. Senator Rothfuss.
No.
Senator Wasserberger.
Aye.
Representative Burkhardt.
Aye.
Representative Crank.
Representative Crank, we didn't hear you. Give us a thumbs up or down. That's, is that no vote?
No.
Okay, no vote.
Representative Crank, no. Representative Duncan.
Aye.
Representative Air.
Aye.
Representative Furphy.
Aye.
Representative Henderson.
Aye.
Representative McGuire.
Aye.
Chairman Anderson.
Aye.
Chairman Greer.
Aye.
Motion carries, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. That is, staff, we don't have anyone for general comment that I saw on my list. Okay, so what we'll do with these three bills is we'll get a little bit of the tidy up. The chairman will review those. If we have any questions on the drafting, we'll kick those back to the committee, but I don't think we'll have any. We'll turn these over to leadership so that they're available for them, and we will see what the future holds in terms of a special session. If not, we can discuss these later, like in our November meeting, if we roll them forward to the general session. So, all right, with that, unless anyone has any further comments, yeah, Representative Henderson.
Just a question, Mr. Chairman, regarding the scheduled August meeting. Is that still on?
Yeah, as far as we know, it is still scheduled, and that was
27, 28.
yeah. So that's towards the end of August. Senator Anderson and I will be working on an agenda for that. Don't know if that'll be a virtual meeting or an in-person meeting. If it is in person, it'll be in Casper. If it's in person or if it's modified, you know, sort of a hybrid, I don't know just yet. So I think I'm ready to meet in person, quite frankly, but not everybody else is, and I understand that. So, Chairman Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, did Representative Burkhardt have something to add now?
I'm not ready to wrap up yet. I'm just about ready.
Oh, okay, okay.
Oh, you can smile, Representative. Okay, folks, I appreciate this. It's good to get these knocked out. Hopefully we've done some good things for the state here. And again, a good committee work as always. So with that, we'll adjourn the meeting. Have a good day. Thank you.